Chapter 781. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to tell her that he could heal the joint pain in Dantian, in his backyard, Zhang Xiaohua had already wrapped the remaining efficacy of the soothing meridian pill with her vital energy and brought it to his lower Dantian. He Tianchu's internal injury was quite serious and it had been a long time. Therefore, when his meridians were mended, a lot of the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill was used. When the flaw in his Dantian was mended, only less than half of the efficacy was left. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua used her vital energy to check, she had already explored the Dantian. Now, she only wrapped the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill and went straight there. When the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill was applied, there was no movement around the hole in the Dantian. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. Is the efficacy not enough? Or is it that the soothing meridian pill can only mend the meridians and has no effect on the Dantian? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank to the bottom. She felt her whole body turn cold. That's not right. Second brother's Dantian was broken and it was mended not long ago. Maybe Captain He's Dantian has been broken for too long and the soothing meridian pill is useless. If that's the case, then Great Hero Wen, Great Hero Lu and the others' Dantian would be even earlier. Moreover, it was broken by the experts of the fragrant cult. The meridian soothing pill would definitely be ineffective. Alas, I thought that the elixirs of the immortal path were miraculous. I didn't expect that the efficacy of the elixir would be limited. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was looking around in self-pity, there was a slight change in the hole that had no movement at all. Under the stimulation of the efficacy of the elixir, the Dantian began to gradually mend. However, the movement was too small. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's delicate control over her vital energy, she would not have felt it. Although the movement was too small, it was a substantial change. That is, the soothing meridian pill can mend the hole in the Dantian that has been broken for a long time. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's emotions surged and she almost cried. Indeed, when He Tianshu first taught Zhang Xiaohua, although he was not optimistic about his aptitude, he still taught Zhang Xiaohua by word and example. Every move brought Zhang Xiaohua into martial arts. The feelings of an enlightened teacher were not comparable to the feelings of an ordinary person. Zhang Xiaohua had inquired about He Tianshu's whereabouts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. When she came to Shixin Peak, she inquired about He Tianshu's residence from Zhang Xiaohu. She hoped that this enlightened teacher could live well on Shixin Peak. Later, when she saw that He Tianshu's joints were crushed and his internal energy was broken, she had long hoped that she could rely on her elixir to heal his injuries. Treating He Tianshu first, although it was said that his injuries were the most serious and the most representative, it could not be ruled out that Zhang Xiaohua had a little bit of selfishness. She wanted to quickly let He Tianshu stand up as lively as a dragon and as outstanding as before. Just now, the efficacy of the soothing meridian pill did not have the slightest effect. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement, which extinguished Zhang Xiaohua's hope. Now, this slight movement ignited her hope. How could she not be excited? Zhang Xiaohua carefully observed the healing effect of the soothing meridian pill. Although it was very subtle, it was still a real repair. Her heart was finally at ease. He let out a long breath and withdrew his genuine qi from He Tianshu's Dantian. Looking at He Tianshu's appearance and then looking outside, he knew that it was already late. In the elixir room at the top of Shixin Peak, the more important, awakening pill, was still being prepared. Therefore, he came out of the hut and saw that Zhang Xiaohu had not returned yet. With a twist of his waist, he escaped into the ground and went to the top of the mountain. In the courtyard where Xueqing lived, Wen Wenhai and the others were rather surprised and asked, "Xiaohu, what surprise do you have for us?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and smiled, "Master, let's wait for a while." I'm not sure about this matter for the time being. When I have full confidence, I'll tell you. When Wenhai and the others looked at each other and felt that it was strange. He had already said this, so why did he swallow it back down? Just as Xue Qing was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohu took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Xue Qing. Martial Uncle Xue, this disciple has never had anything to show his filial piety to you. This is stone milk mixed with clear water. I heard that it is especially useful for the skin on the face. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish his explanation, Xue Qing's eyes lit up. She reached out and took the bottle and said, "Is this the legendary stone milk? Where did you get it?" Zhang Xiaohu awkwardly said, "Martial uncle is mistaken. This is just a little bit of stone milk mixed with clear water. I picked it up from the Orchid Grand Canyon. Sigh, this fragrant school is really full of treasures. Let's not talk about medicinal herbs, just this stone milk. I've only heard about it before and never expected to see it." However, Xiaohu went to the Orchid Grand Canyon and picked up an empty bottle filled with stone milk. This is something that can't be ignored in our Misty Mountain Villa. Lu Yueming also bitterly smiled. The fragrant school is just like our Misty School. Why is it that they have so many resources and our Misty School has nothing? They only needed to move their hands and they were able to destroy us. This doesn't seem to make sense. When Wenhai also slightly nodded, junior brother Lu's words make sense. Look at the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. They should be the same as our direct disciples, so how can their martial arts be so powerful? It seems that even sect leader O back then might not be a match for them. As the three spoke, they threw aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohu gave them a surprise. Zhang Xiaohu secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and secretly said, "Fortunately, they didn't look into it. If I really let it slip and couldn't cure them, then it would be very embarrassing." Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Master, there's something I'd like to ask." "Oh. Then hurry up and say it." "What can't you say?" "I want to ask, what does our Misty School's chief disciple's waist token look like? Where is it now?" "That's right, we all forgot about the waist token." When Wenhai bitterly smiled, this Misty School's waist token has always been held by senior brother Zhang Qingyue as proof of being the chief disciple. If Zhang Xiaohu wants to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, then this waist token is indispensable. It's just that I've only seen the waist token. As for the specific style, I don't know. Lu Yueming scratched his head. Xue Qing frowned and said, "This chief disciple's waist token has been passed down from our Misty School since ancient times. It is extremely important. I vaguely remember that when I was young, Master unintentionally said that this waist token seemed to have other uses. But as for what it is, he doesn't know." Senior brother Wen is right. That waist token has always been in eldest senior brother Zhang's possession. We haven't seen it carefully. However, our own waist tokens are all imitations of this waist token. I guess the style is similar. But after senior brother Zhang fell on the Misty Peak, this waist token disappeared. It is very likely that it fell into the hands of the fragrant cult. If Xiaohu wants to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, then he must find this waist token. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Hall Master Yang has already agreed to ask for this waist token from Lingering Fragrance Peak. If we can't find it, then we can just imitate another one." When Wenhai shook his head slightly and said, "Imitations are never real. If you want to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, then you must find this waist token. Otherwise, even if it is given by Lingering Fragrance Peak, you will only be the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. You will not be recognized by the Misty School disciples." Xue Qing said, "The waist token is one thing. There is another thing that I think Xiaohu will have to do. It is about martial uncle Li. Xiaohu should go to Hall Master Yang and report to her. Before the hierarch's decree comes from lingering fragrance peak, it is better to inform Marshal Uncle Lee and the others. Otherwise, if they are disgusted, it will be disadvantageous to you. But, Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, the front mountain manor where Marshal Uncle Lee and the others are staying is a forbidden area for our Misty School disciples. Without special circumstances and Hall Master Yang's permission, no one can get close to it. Would Hall Master Yang allow me to go just because of me? Wen Wenhai smiled and said, Don't worry, Xiaohu. Since Hall Master Yang has decided to make you the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, she will consider all the difficulties for you. However, the rules of the chief disciple are passed down from our Misty School. As an outsider, she definitely doesn't know. If you go to her and tell her, she may let you go. Perhaps Hall Master Yang will send you to ask tomorrow. Lu Yueming said with a smile. Hee, that makes sense. She made the decision in a hurry today and can't consider it carefully. When she wakes up tomorrow, she will naturally think of what we think. Even if you don't mention it, she will hint you to go. That's good. This disciple will go see Hall Master Yang tomorrow and ask her to allow this disciple to visit Marshal Uncle Lee and the others. I wonder if Master and the two Marshal Uncles have anything to say to Marshal Uncle Lee. Zhang Xiaohua stood by the door and nodded. Wen Wenhai and the other two looked at each other again and said in unison, Actually, there's nothing much to say. As long as Marshal Uncle Lee and Marshal Uncle Lu take care of themselves, that's all. I wonder how Marshal Uncle Lu and Stone Cow are doing. Are they still as decadent and drunk as before? If Xiaohu sees them, please advise them. Look at He Tianshu. He's just like them. All the joints in his body have been crushed, but he still lies in bed and faces life. He doesn't even drink a sip of wine. Hearing Lu Yueming mention He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but smile in his heart. Regardless of whether He Tianshu's martial arts could recover or not, from what Zhang Xiaohua said, his joints would definitely heal. He only needed some time to be able to stand up steadily and even practice martial arts. And if He Tianshu could recover, then wouldn't all the disciples in the Misty School who had their joints and bones crushed be cured? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes fell on Xue Qing's hanging left arm and the walking stick in Lu Yueming's hand. An incomparable desire rose in his heart. He wanted to cure his two martial uncles' disabilities. Chapter 782. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the alchemy room. Everything was as usual. The elixir in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still in the process of forming the pill. The process seemed to be going smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua checked the furnace and took out a praying mat. She placed it in front of the furnace and sat down. She took out 2 primeval stones and began to do her homework for the day. While Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating, a tall figure hidden in a cloak appeared behind Oyan's room like a ghost. The black figure was extremely fast and landed without a sound. Even if it passed by right in front of someone's eyes, they might not be able to notice it. The black figure stopped and looked left and right. It tilted its head and listened carefully. Then, it floated away and landed on the side of the roof. In the room, under the faint yellow light, Oyan was still sleeping. Although her face was thin and not as plump as before, under the light, her eyelashes were long and slender. Her skin was pale and pale. She was exactly the model of a sleeping beauty. In front of Oyan's bed, a long-haired woman was lying on the edge of the bed. She had already fallen asleep due to exhaustion. Wasn't that Chotong? The black shadow stared at the room for a long time and listened carefully. Finally, he took out a black bottle that was half the size of the jade bottle. It was hard to tell what it was made of. He opened the bottle and muttered something in a low voice. It was unknown what he was muttering, but his muttering had a rhythm. It was as if he was singing. After a while, the black shadow extended his other hand from the cloak. It was slender and fair. He raised his 5 fingers and made some unknown movements. He pointed at the bottle. A wisp of faint black mist suddenly appeared from the bottle without the bottle stopper. As the black shadow pointed his finger at the room, the mist immediately scattered in 4 directions. Because it was separated into 4 parts, the mist became even thinner and was almost invisible to the naked eye. If Zhang Xiaohua was beside it, she would definitely be vigilant. The movement of the black figure's fingers was actually 30% similar to the hand seals he made. However, there was no true qi coming from the fingers and no real hand seals were produced. Instead, it was the chanting that produced a slight fluctuation. It was the fluctuation and chanting that caused the black mist in the bottle to move. When the 4 wisps of mist had gone to different places, the black shadow put the bottle back into its bosom. Then, it rose again and fell into the room like a leaf. Only the sound of the wind caused the lanterns to flicker slightly. When the black shadow steadied itself, it immediately pointed a few more times at Chiu Tong's major acupoints. It was the legendary air acupoint sealing technique. After everything was done, the black figure slowly walked to Ou Yan's bed and sat on the edge of the bed. She stretched her hand and placed it on Ou Yan's pulse. After a moment, she seemed to have sensed something. And a strong wind. And hit. A somewhat aged and surprised voice sounded. It seemed that everything in front of him was inconceivable. He stretched out a slender finger and gently stroked Ou Yan's forehead. After a while, he said in a low voice, "What kind of acupoint sealing technique is this? How come this old man has never seen it before?" Therefore, the finger continued to point and changed a few different acupuncture point techniques. Still, there was no effect. The black figure finally put a finger on Ou Yan's forehead. No one knew what he was thinking. The whole room was very strange. After a long time, the black figure said to himself, "I was wondering why this Ou Yan had always been living an ignoble life. I underestimated the strength of the Misty School. I originally thought that it was just a declining gang and that it would be a piece of cake. Who knew that it would be such a big deal? This Miss O is really lucky. She was going to die a few days ago, but she's still alive today. However, what can you do with this unique acupoint sealing technique? You can only live for a few more days." But who is the one who sealed the acupuncture point technique? Is it the few doctors on Lingshan Peak? Which disciple of Misty Hall? It's a pity that I can't find out. The black figure thought for a long time and laughed involuntarily. Why would I think about him? The Misty School is a big sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It would be abnormal if it didn't have any secrets. Even if the sect leader O of the Misty School came back to life, what can he do to me? It's just a simple acupuncture point technique. After saying that, the finger left Ou Yan's forehead. He waved his hand and chanted again. The mist in the 4 corners of the room flew to his side. The black figure took out a bottle and was about to send the mist into it. However, his eyes fell on Ou Yan, who was lying on the bed. He pointed his finger and a few invisible black spots in the mist instantly separated and went straight to Ou Yan's forehead. When the black spots disappeared, the black figure said to himself, "I want to see how long this unique acupuncture point technique of yours can last." After saying that, he sent the mist into the bottle and his body went out of the window. When the person was about to leave, he moved his finger slightly and a few gusts of wind shot out and unsealed Chiu Tong's acupuncture point. That black shadow disappeared into the darkness, and no one knew where it went. This black shadow was wearing a cloak, and from the beginning to the end, it did not reveal its face. Not to mention that it was late at night, and no one could see it. Even if they saw it, they would not know the identity of this person. It was late at night and the few disciples of Lingxiang Peak were guarding Yan's mountain villa. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua had escaped into the alchemy room above them. The black figure had entered the villa as if there was no one there. They had no idea what he did. It had to be said that this was a great mockery, a mockery to the inner disciples of the fragrant religion. The sun rose from the east and the warm sunlight shone into the room, illuminating the window. Chiu Tong's tightly shut eyes moved slightly and she immediately woke up. She looked at the bright room and then looked at Yan. She got up and closed the window, muttering to herself, "I remember to close the window well last night. How did the wind blow it open?" She then extinguished the lights in the room and walked to the bed. She carefully tucked Yan in, but when her eyes landed on Yan's face again, her heart skipped a beat. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. Her face was filled with panic and bewilderment. Last night, young Miss Sher's complexion was still slightly rosy. But now, in just one night, how did she become so pale? Could it be that the past few days, was it the final radiance of the setting sun? Chiu Tong had obviously lost her composure. Seeing Yan in such a state, it was needless to say that her condition had worsened. How could she control her emotions? Thinking about how her heart was filled with hope for the past few days, it was as if it had been doused with cold water. That hope immediately turned into tears and fell. After crying for an unknown period of time, she heard a cry of surprise. "Big sister Chiu Tong, what are you doing? Could it be that young miss is?" Hearing that familiar voice, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who came every morning? When Chiu Tong heard that voice, it was as if she had heard a heavenly voice. She turned around and cried out, Xiaohua, hurry and come take a look. Young miss, her complexion is terrible." Hearing Chiu Tong say that Yan's complexion was terrible, Zhang Xiaohua finally relaxed. He had already emerged from the ground and saw Chiu Tong crying. He thought that Yan was already, big sister Chiu Tong, don't worry. As long as young miss is still breathing, I will definitely save her. Chiu Tong's words were firm, but her tone was not firm. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was not some so-called divine doctor. "You, hurry and come take a look." Chiu Tong tugged on Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and dragged him to Yan's bed. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay and immediately released his divine sense. Before he could observe anything, he immediately sensed that Yan's vitality was fading faster than yesterday. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Yan's condition had been stable for the past few days. Even when he came yesterday, it was normal. Why would there be a sudden change today? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua channeled his true energy into Yan's meridians and circulated it. He then placed his finger on her pulse and listened carefully. He did not find any abnormalities. There are no changes to her body. The acupuncture points on her head are also sealed. There shouldn't be any changes, right? Zhang Xiaohua could not figure it out. He had no choice but to use his divine sense to enter Yan's Naiwen Palace. Yan's Naiwen Palace was pitifully small. Zhang Xiaohua casually scanned it with his divine sense, but he did not find anything special. Zhang Xiaohua was a little troubled. He did not find the source of the illness and only used his true energy to seal Yan's acupuncture points to prevent her vitality from fading. Now that her vitality was fading faster, he did not know where to start. Xiaohua. Young miss. How is she? Chiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. She was her only savior. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, "Big sister Chiu Tong, please wait for a moment. I will see if I can salvage the situation." After he finished speaking, He activated his genuine chi and tapped a few more acupoints on Yan's head to repair the acupoints that he had tapped previously. However, in his divine sense, the loss of vitality slowed down a little. The effect was not as obvious as when he tapped the acupoints earlier. This. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, sealing the acupuncture points with his true energy was not very effective. How is she? Qiu Tong quickly asked when she saw Zhang Xiaohua stop. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "Fortunately, big sister Qiu Tong, there is no big problem for now." Young Mrs. Face is pale. She has been sick for many days and her body is weak. Wait a few more days. I will get the pill and consume it. She should be fine. Is that so? Qiu Tong was a little hesitant. Where did you get the pill? Why? It has been so many days and you still haven't. Mrs. body is so weak, I don't know if she can hold on. Can you quickly bring the pill over? Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely helpless in his heart. If he was facing an enemy, he would have used all his means and thrown them all at the opponent. But he just couldn't find the root of the illness. He could only watch as Yan's life force slipped away. He had some magical powers, but he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 783. A sense of helplessness instantly filled Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. It was just like when Zhang Xiaohua and his family saved Lu Qian in Lu Town. Zhang Xiaohua had been trampled under the feet of a bully servant. He could only watch as his father and brother were beaten to death. He wanted to reach out, but he couldn't do anything about it. It had been many years since Zhang Xiaohua had felt this way. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua achieved success in his cultivation of immortality, his arms had become extremely strong. No matter what opponents he encountered, he always had unpredictable methods to deal with them. Many times, he passed through them calmly. Even Huang Feng and Blood Wolf King, who had killed countless people in the Orchid Evening Refinement, were defeated by him. Although Zhang Xiaohua had always reminded himself that mid-stage qi refinement was just the beginning, and there were still many talismans that he couldn't comprehend, let alone higher-level spells and artifacts. However, the smoothness of his journey gave rise to a sense of pride in his heart. It was the pride of a qi refinement cultivator. However, at this moment, he truly felt that there was a limit to a person's strength. Not everything was under his control. Not to mention the future, just now, he was at a loss. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He reached out to pat Qiu Tong's shoulder, but his hand stopped halfway. He only said softly, "Big sister Qiu Tong, don't worry. I'll do my best." Qiu Tong raised her teary eyes. The disappointment in her eyes was self-evident. "Yes, you'll do your best, but will your best be enough to save Yan's life?" Zhang Xiaohua knew that even if he stayed here, it would be useless. Qiu Tong's crying only added to his frustration. He subconsciously said, "Big sister Qiu Tong, I'll go first. Tomorrow, I'll come back." However, he couldn't finish his sentence. He wanted to say, "Based on my judgment, the young lady's life force shouldn't be extinguished before the spirit awakening pill is refined." However, the other meaning of this sentence was that Yan probably didn't have many days left to live. Wouldn't Qiu Tong be even sadder after hearing this? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua leave, Qiu Tong nodded dejectedly and didn't look at him again. Zhang Xiaohua silently walked out of the small house. He heard familiar footsteps outside the courtyard. It was undoubtedly Elder Yu. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to meet him. He formed a hand seal and rushed out to the pill room on the mountain peak. The spirit awakening pill was the only way to save Yan's life. Zhang Xiaohua had to give it his all. However, when he arrived, he saw that Chiu Tong's spirit awakening pill was refined of the heaven's furnace. And Zhang Xiaohua stood silently in front of the alchemy furnace. In his mind, he recalled the usage of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, as well as the alchemy technique. He wanted to find a way to shorten the incubation time, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find any suitable method. In fact, this purple gold furnace could refine dozens of medicinal herbs at the same time. It already took a lot less time than normal pill furnaces. If he wanted to shorten the time even further, he could only start with the method to refine the pill. There were also some subtle methods in the jade slip that could slightly increase the speed. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to casually try them. Moreover, these methods were very complicated. With his current level of refining pills and the true qi in his meridians, he still couldn't control them as he wished. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua could only follow the previous steps and watch the pill liquid gradually form into a pill. He didn't dare to interfere at all. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't calm down and cultivate talismans and the heavenly Tao. Thus, he left the pill room. Although the sun was shining and the wind was blowing on the Shixin peak, it couldn't blow away the depression in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Going down from the top of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He slowly walked along the mountain path. From time to time, he thought in his heart, what's the matter with Oyan's illness? There were many medicinal fields on the Shixin peak, and some were barren. Since Zhang Xiaohua talked about the deal with Aunt Qin a few days ago, the disciples of the Misty Hall were mobilized by their deputy hall master Qin. At this time, many male and female disciples were busy on the mountainside. Seeing the medicine boy of the pill-opening hall walking slowly on the mountain path, many disciples were slightly surprised. But then, some male and female disciples pointed at him and whispered. They were actually talking about something. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua would have already known. He would probably hide on one side and eavesdrop on what they were talking about behind his back. However, at this time, he was absent-minded and didn't want to pay attention to it. However, when he walked past the shadow of a tree, trouble came to him. He saw a voice coming from not far away, Ren Xiaoyao, stop right there. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped in a daze and looked back. He saw a valiant figure running from there. Looking carefully, it was Song Zhiyong who blocked him halfway a few days ago. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua would probably cup his hands and give him a hypocritical smile. He might even call him senior brother Song. However, today, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the leisure to be carefree. He immediately stared at Song Zhiyong's arrival with a cold face. Before Song Zhiyong arrived in front of him, he shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, you are really shameless. How dare you deceive me? When did junior sister Xiao say such shameless words to you? Fine, I'll just take it that you're trying to protect your flower. I don't want to lower myself to your level, so I only exchanged a simple punch with you. You know how powerful I am, so I beg you, please don't harass me anymore. Besides, I was talking to you to give you a chance to get close to your junior sister Xiao, but you can't chase after me like this, using me as an excuse to get close to your junior sister Xiao, right? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua rushed forward. Without waiting for Song Zhiyong to land, she grabbed his neck. When Song Zhiyong saw that Zhang Xiaohua was about to make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand to stop her. He had suffered in the hands of Zhang Xiaohua before, so of course, he was prepared. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at his hand. Her right hand continued to grab his neck. Song Zhiyong was one step ahead and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist. It was where her pulse was. He was overjoyed and immediately circulated his internal energy, wanting to embarrass Zhang Xiaohua. However, wherever Song Zhiyong's internal energy went, Zhang Xiaohua's arm was like a stone pillar. It was hard and he couldn't feel it at all. Before Song Zhiyong could be surprised, Zhang Xiaohua's right hand grabbed Song Zhiyong's neck as if there was no obstruction. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taller than Song Zhiyong and her arms were slightly longer. With a little force, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lifted Song Zhiyong up. Ah, 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 ah. Song Zhiyong couldn't say anything else. His mouth was like a duck's and the words he said were like a duck's. However, his face became increasingly pale and gradually turned green. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also gritting her teeth. Her expression was ferocious and there was a trace of fierceness in her eyes. Her iron-like arms were firmly extended in mid-air. She looked coldly at Song Zhiyong, who was continuously kicking out and grabbing Zhang Xiaohua's arms with both hands. Song Zhiyong was struggling with all his might. The strength in her hands was also gradually increasing. There were many disciples in the surrounding herb fields. When they saw this terrifying scene, they were momentarily stunned. There were even a few young female disciples who covered their mouths with their hands and almost cried out in shock. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's slightly taller figure stood there steadily. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. She was like a demon god, scaring everyone so much that no one dared to move. As for Song Zhiyong, who was being held in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, his face had already turned green and his tongue was slightly sticking out. His legs that were kicking forward had already lost their strength. Now, he was struggling up and down. His two hands were weakly placed on Zhang Xiaohua's arms and his eyes were filled with the fear of death. And Zhang Xiaohua, who usually looked very gentle, did not seem to have any signs of stopping. Senior Brother Ren. Senior Brother Ren. A timid voice sounded from behind Zhang Xiaohua. This voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear. It was a voice that Zhang Xiaohua was slightly familiar with. This voice immediately woke Zhang Xiaohua up from her anger. When she regained her senses and saw Song Zhiyong's appearance in her hands, her heart trembled. She immediately loosened the strength in her hands and casually threw him aside. Song Zhiyong landed on the ground. For a moment, he was unable to get up. He could only open his mouth and take in air with all his might like a bellows on fire. When Zhang Xiaohua turned her head, she saw a young disciple of the ethereal hole. It was Mu Tangchen, whom she was familiar with in her early years. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua turn her head, Mu Tangchen obviously quivered and took half a step back. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice and asked, "Junior Brother Mu, you. What's the matter?" Mu Tangchuan's face was a little pale. He seemed to have mustered up his courage and said, "Senior Brother Ren, I don't know how Senior Brother Song has offended you. But, seeing that you fought with me that day, I know that you are a reasonable senior brother. You can talk things out face to face, but please don't take someone's life because of some small matter." Towards the end, his voice became softer and softer. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and closed her eyes to calm down. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior Brother Mu is right. I have lost my composure today." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's smile, which was not much better than crying, Mu Tangchuan's heart warmed. He nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He could not say anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said coldly to Song Zhiyong, "I have only met your junior sister Xiao once. I think she must have told you clearly. What I said earlier was just a joke because you blocked my way in the middle of the night. Don't take it to heart. Actually, how should I say it to you? Can you use your heel to think? If you and your junior martial sister Xiao are in love with each other, wouldn't I have no chance to interfere? But if you two were not in love, even if I didn't interfere, wouldn't others have a chance? I was a little reckless today. Please don't take it to heart. Don't find trouble with me in the future." I can't guarantee that I will be in a good mood the next time I see you. After saying that, she bowed slightly to Song Ji-young and left. Chapter 784. After teaching the brainless Song Ji-young a lesson, Zhang Xiaohua walked on the mountain path. She had already calmed down a bit. Thinking about her actions just now, she felt incomparably regretful. Song Ji-young had only wanted to ask her a few questions and show off his heroic spirit. It was fine if she ignored him, but there was no reason for her to treat him like that. Her actions just now could be described as losing her mind. She was in a bad mood, but there was no need for her to vent her anger on Song Ji-young, an unlucky guy who didn't seem to have the strength to fight back. Thinking about how that guy struggled in the air, he really was pitiful. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart, the cultivation of my mental state is still not enough. Actually, this was normal. The cultivation of the mental state had always been the focus of cultivation for Qi practitioners. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua encountered Nie Qianyu, she was unwilling to lend a hand because of the problem of her mental state. It was the same in Lutown as well. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the heavenly Tao and made great progress in the aspect of mental state. She had never caused any trouble for him. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a 17 or 18-year-old youth after all. Her experience was still somewhat lacking. Her divine abilities from the path of immortality were vast again and again. In addition, she had killed quite a few wild beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. For Zhang Xiaohua, this was also a kind of tempering. She gradually felt that something was wrong. Afterwards, because she met Zhang Xiaohu, the joy of reuniting with her family covered up this uneasiness. She was not discovered by Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, she was unable to save Oyen. She was filled with divine abilities, but she was unable to discover the source of her illness. She could only place her hopes on the spirit awakening pill she was currently refining. This feeling of powerlessness and pressure made Zhang Xiaohua's uneasiness even more obvious. Fortunately, after Song Ji-young's disturbance, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered to have vented the gloominess in her heart. In the mountain wind, she gradually recovered her calm state of mind. Slapping her forehead, Zhang Xiaohua's back was slightly covered in cold sweat. Her myriad of emotions condensed into a single sentence, "My God, why am I competing with this idiot? It's a disgrace to my status as a Qi practitioner." Entering the residence of the disciples of Misty Palace, Zhang Xiaohua didn't disguise herself this time. Instead, she directly walked towards Zhang Xiaohu's residence. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared, some pretty female disciples immediately smiled at the sight of her. They lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Sometimes, they even raised their heads slightly and looked at her with a smile. Why was that? Could it be that when I got angry just now, I actually became handsome? Zhang Xiaohua very conceitedly rubbed her nose and thought. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter, something must have happened. However, he was worried about Oyan's condition and the effect of treating He Tianchu's injuries yesterday. How could he possibly care about it? When he stepped into Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard, he realized that there was no one in the courtyard. Sigh, as expected of the chief disciple. So many things have happened. If it was any other day, where else can I go? Zhang Xiaohua mumbled and entered the backyard. In the small house in the backyard, He Tianchu's acupoints were still sealed and he was lying there quietly. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked forward and impatiently channeled her Jinqi into He Tianchu's meridians. Following the meridians, she checked on his dantian. Not long after, the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. After a night of mending, He Tianchu's meridians had already been mended by 10%. Furthermore, the meridian nourishing pill still had quite a bit of medicinal energy left. It should be able to last until the mending was complete. As for the hole in his dantian, although the speed of mending was slower than the speed of mending his meridians, it was still in the process of mending. As long as there was enough time, it would definitely be mended. The result of mending his dantian was that Tianshu would be able to cultivate the internal energy of the Misty School. His original martial arts would also be restored one by one. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and left. The gloominess in her heart from the morning was unknowingly swept away. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and opened Tianshu's acupoints. Tianshu opened his eyes and the first thing he asked was, "Where is your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought to herself, why didn't she ask about his dantian and meridians? Why is she asking about my second brother? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I also just got here. I didn't see where my second brother went. You just got here. Tianshu frowned and said, don't tell me it's already the next day. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, team leader, he is wise. Your youth has already passed. There's no need to reminisce. Pay. Tianshu heard Zhang Xiaohua's words and his heart relaxed. He said, quickly tell me, how is the mending of my meridians? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and said, I thought you didn't care. Why didn't you ask just now? Instead, you asked about my second brother. That's strange. If I didn't ask about your second brother's whereabouts, why would I ask you? Do you know how the mending went yesterday? Oh right, your second brother must have told you. You brat, quickly tell me. Tianshu woke up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. Your meridians and dantian are in your body. Can't you see for yourself? Zhang Xiaohua was still smiling. Nonsense. My dantian has been exposed. Where would I get the vital energy? Tianshu looked defeated. How do you want me to check? Forget it, I won't talk to someone like you who has practiced the frenzied bull strength. You should quickly call Zhang Xiaohu over. Seeing Tianshu's face of distrust, Zhang Xiaohua was happy instead of angry. She originally wanted Tianshu to think that it was Zhang Xiaohu who healed his injuries. Now that she saw it, she really did have the talent to act. There's no need to call him. Team leader, when I left last night, my second brother had already mended your meridians and dantian. Zhang Xiaohua said, I don't know how he did it, but looking at his pale face and sweating like rain, he must be exhausted. Tianshu smiled bitterly. I know Xiaohu is tired. You don't have to say this. I am grateful to your second brother for the rest of my life. And, even if he wants me to teach you Arhat Fist for the rest of my life, I am willing. You should tell me the result of the mending. This. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Her tone was subtle. Tianshu's heart skipped a beat. Following that, he asked, why? Is it different from your second brother's thinking? My dantian can't be mended. I won't be able to recover in the future. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed deeply and said, second brother said that your meridians and dantian are heavily injured. In a short period of time, it is impossible to heal. Sigh. Tianshu also sighed, I knew it wasn't that simple. The methods of the lingering fragrance peak's inner disciples are not something that we can easily mend. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's following words sounded, maybe after resting for 10 days to half a month, there will be a slight effect. Tianshu was still secretly depressed. When he heard these words, he almost didn't believe them. He stretched out his arm and wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua. But Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She immediately held him down and laughed, if team leader he moves, my second brother's painstaking efforts will be wasted. Bah! Tianshu laughed and scolded, you little rascal, you can't even finish your words in one breath. You you deliberately want me to do it. Sigh, your second brother said that there will be a slight effect after 10 days to half a month. Tell me more specifically, can my inner strength be recovered? Zhang Xiaohua raised her chin and said proudly, who is my second brother? This is just a small matter. How can he not be able to handle it? Last night, second brother said that team leader his inner strength can definitely be cultivated again. Healing is just a matter of time. After a month or so, your dantian should be repaired. Really? He Tianshu couldn't believe his ears. Destroying one's dantian to cripple one's martial arts was the cruelest method in Jianghu. He had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate their martial arts back. Oh no, there were so many disciples on Shixin Peak who had their dantian crippled by the fragrant cult. For so many years, none of them were able to recover. Even this Zhang Xiaohu had never heard of him having any method. But who would have thought that he could use such an ingenious method to repair his dantian? This isn't a dream, right? Thinking about it, he Tianshu couldn't help but bite his tongue. Ouch! A sharp pain came, reminding him that this was indeed reality. Martial uncle where does it hurt? A voice sounded. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head with a smile and saw Zhang Xiaohu walking in. Without waiting for He Tianshu to speak, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's nothing. Team leader, he asked me about the condition of his dantian and meridians. I told him what second brother told me last night. It's just that he has already started to repair them. In a month's time, it will be repaired." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up with joy. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. He Tianshu asked, "Xiaohu, don't lie to me. Xiaohua, is what he said true?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and thought, nonsense, of course what he said is more true than what I said. However, he continued to say, "Congratulations martial uncle congratulations martial uncle Martial nephew did not fail you and repaired your meridians and dantian. When the time comes, I will definitely be able to help martial uncle regain your martial arts." Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's confirmation, He Tianshu was so excited that he couldn't hold back his tears. The tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and fell to his ears. Zhang Xiaohu looked to his left and took a towel from the side. He walked forward and wiped away the tears around He Tianshu's temples. He smiled and said, "I've never seen martial uncle act like a girl before. Today, I've learned something new." He Tianshu said embarrassedly, "You don't know the pain of losing one's martial arts. Let's not talk about me. If your master doesn't cry after hearing this news, my surname isn't he." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and did not argue with him. He only said, "Martial uncle there are many spies in Shixin Peak. You have to be careful in the future. Don't let them see any flaws. There are many disciples like you in our Misty school, and I want to cure them bit by bit. You don't want me to be discovered early, do you?" Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips at the side. "I wonder if Big Brother has the talent to sing operas." Chapter 785. After settling down the somewhat agitated He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua returned to the hall in the front yard. The two sat down and Zhang Xiaohu anxiously asked, "Xiaohua, is what martial uncle said true?" "You." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she wasn't happy and said, "What do you mean, Captain? He said it. It should be me who said it." Okay. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, what you said, is it all true? Martial uncle will be able to recover his dantian after another month of cultivation." Yes. Zhang Xiaohua nodded affirmatively and said, "This meridian soothing pill seems to have a better effect than the bone congealing pill. The bone congealing pill will probably take more time to heal the crushed joints. However, Captain He's meridians and Dantian have been injured for a longer time, so he will need more medicinal power. I don't think he will be like you and be able to increase his power by so many years after taking the meridian soothing pill. That's good, that's good. Zhang Xiaohu stood up and rubbed his hands, saying, it doesn't matter how many years of power they gain, as long as they can cultivate their inner strength again, this is much more important than any power. Oh right, Xiaohua, when will you be able to help me repair my master's Dantian? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, actually, any time is fine, as long as you don't think it will attract lingering fragrance peak's attention. But what? Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask, I've been paying attention recently, lingering fragrance peak's attention towards our Misty School's direct disciples has decreased. Last night, when I followed my master to visit Martial Uncle Lu and Martial Uncle Shui, I didn't see any spies. Besides, my master is different from Martial Uncle He. His hands and feet are fine, only his Dantian was damaged. If you repair his Dantian, as long as he doesn't reveal his inner strength, no one will be able to tell. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was so long-winded and wasn't very enthusiastic about her buts, Zhang Xiaohua could only explain, actually, other than the good news about Captain He, I might also tell you some bad news. Zhang Xiaohu was obviously taken aback. What? Are you out of pills? No. Elixirs are just external objects. You can still refine them after using them. Yeah, like I said, there are thousands of disciples in our Misty School. Even though you have a lot of pills, it's not enough. The bad news is that Miss O's condition has relapsed. I'm afraid I can't save her. Oh. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, weren't you full of confidence the day before yesterday? How? Zhang Xiaohua explained Yan's situation with a sad face. Zhang Xiaohu was also sad after hearing it. Yes, they couldn't find the root of the illness and could only pin their hopes on pills. How could they be at ease? Does Hall Master Yang know about this? Zhang Xiaohu asked tentatively. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I don't know. From what Big Sister Chiu Tong said, Miss O doesn't want her to know. I know. You already said it a few days ago. What I mean is, Miss O seems to be terminally ill. Hall Master Yang is her only family member. If she does this, alas, Zhang Xiaohua still sighed. This is other people's family matter. Let's not get involved. Although Leader O committed suicide, but after all, she was forced to die by the fragrant cult. Hall Master Yang is an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Although it's difficult to avenge her brother, it's impossible for them to not have any grudges. Can't you tell Hall Master Yang? Zhang Xiaohu still didn't give up. Second brother, are you crazy? How can I tell her? Zhang Xiaohua was more and more puzzled. He had never seen Yang Rupiing in the Misty School. His impression of her was limited to the Hall Master of the fragrant cult. He didn't have any special feelings for her. Hall Master Yang has worked hard these years. Zhang Xiaohu looked out of the window and said, on one hand, she is trying her best to manage Shixin Peak. On the other hand, she has to resist the encroachment of lingering fragrance peak. Sometimes, many ethereal sect disciples even have to resist her. Maybe, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. I can't understand if one doesn't take the position. But second brother, you'll be the chief disciple of the Misty Hall in the future. Maybe it'll be harder for you. Oh, right. Xiaohua, when you repaired Martial Uncle He's Dantian yesterday, I went to Master's place. I heard from Master and two Martial Uncles that the position of chief disciple doesn't seem to be as simple as we thought. Zhang Xiaohu then told her what happened yesterday. Finally, He said, I just went to the Misty Hall and told Hall Master Yang and Deputy Hall Master Qian about the difficulties. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, what did the two Hall Masters say? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, Deputy Hall Master Qian naturally doesn't need to say anything. He doesn't care about martial ancestrally and thinks it's unnecessary. This is the chief disciple of the Misty Hall of the Lingering Fragrance cult, not the chief disciple of the Misty School. Hall Master Yang is also helpless. Ever since Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu came to Shixin Peak, they have always been alone in the middle, never seeing any guests. Hall Master Yang has also never seen them, so she doesn't have any good suggestions. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I'm sorry, second brother. Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu, who are they? Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of disbelief. But after thinking for a while, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua only knew O Peng and Zhang Qingyue from the Misty Hall. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to know the others, it was not very likely. So, Zhang Xiaohu told her the situation of Li Jian, Lu Qinyang and the Misty Six Tigers. Oh, so they are the senior and junior brothers of gang leader O. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I did hear about Grandmaster Li wielding a sword beam and showing off his might in Ethereal Peak. It's just that I can't match it up. In that case, you really have to make a trip to Grandmaster Li and Grandmaster Lu to find out their intentions. Yes, I'm also thinking about how to go to the Misty Mountain Villa and how to tell the ancestors about this. Misty Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Ha! Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, it's the place where Martial Ancestor Li and the others live. Well, the thousands of ordinary disciples whose martial arts were destroyed and whose joints were crushed, I told you before, all live with Martial Ancestor Li and the others. They call it the Misty Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously again, then, the place where Miss O lives. Of course it's called the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu answered with a smile. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and said, then your Shixin Peak might as well be called the Misty Peak. Zhang Xiaohu said, but because they live there, we can't call them by that name. We don't have a specific place name, so we just call them by that name. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua understood and said, then when will you go to the Misty Mountain Villa? This. To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet. I'm insignificant in the eyes of Martial Ancestor Li and the others. Hall Master Yang doesn't like me even if he goes there, let alone me. They have a villa of their own, and only the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak look after it. If not, I wouldn't tell Deputy Hall Master Gao about this. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and said, second brother, you said that in the Misty Mountain Villa, there are only the original disciples of the Misty School whose martial arts have been destroyed, and there are no spies of the incense cult. Of course, there are all my old friends of the Misty School. There are no new faces. How can there be spies? Can't the original disciples be bribed? Even if they are bribed, they should bribe the young disciples of the Shixin Peak. These are all useless people. What's the use of bribing them? Besides, Martial Ancestor Li and the others will know what the disciples do after they leave the Misty Mountain Villa. How can they be bribed? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. There is nothing certain in this world. Zhang Xiaohu frowned. Xiaohua, what are you thinking by asking so many questions? Yes. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's what I'm thinking. Since you have the intention to restore the martial arts of these thousands of disciples, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to see Grandmaster Li and tell him that you can help them recover their martial arts? Seeing that you have such an ability, will they still have objections to you being the chief disciple of the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu somewhat understood, but he still hesitated. Xiaohua, the problem is that I don't know how to do it. Only you have this ability. Didn't you say last time that there are thousands of people? I don't know how long it will take. Moreover, they are in the Misty Mountain Villa, under the close protection of the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. If I go, of course, there will be a legitimate reason. How can you, a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall, go? Previously, I was only thinking about it. To truly implement it, I still need to think about it at length. Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, You don't need to worry about going in and out of the Misty Mountain Villa. I have my own ways. Don't forget how I went in and out of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu slapped his head and said, Isn't that right? I almost forgot. That day in the Yulon Grand Canyon, you often disappeared in the blink of an eye. Since it's like this, then it's easy to handle. How about this? I'll go get the Hall Master token now. You come with me right now and explain this matter clearly to Marshal Ancestor Li and the others. While you're at it, let them make preparations so that I can start treating their internal injuries. When it came to helping second brother, Zhang Xiaohua had never refused. He only thought for a moment and calculated the time needed for the awakening pill to be produced. Then, he nodded and said, I'll listen to second brother's instructions. However, I think it's best that you don't mention the matter of the chief disciple to Marshal Ancestor Li for now. First, let them recover a few of their skills. At that time, when they are indebted to you, will they not agree? Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, That's how it should be. Xiaohua, I'll have to trouble you again. Hee, second brother's matter is my matter. Besides, I'm helping the Misty School. How dare I disobey? Okay, then I'll go to the Misty Mountain Villa now. Presumably, Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Qin are still discussing matters there. Are you waiting for me here? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, You go first. I have to go back to the small courtyard of the Pill Tower Hall to take a look. I'll come back in the afternoon. After saying that, the two left separately. Chapter 786. From the Misty Hall to the foot of the Shirxin Peak, there was an inconspicuous fork in the road. It was rugged to the north, slightly turned around a few hillsides, walked through a messy thorny forest, and came face to face with a clear stream. Zhang Xiaohu stood behind the thorny forest, looking at the single plank bridge over the stream with a somewhat complicated expression. This single plank bridge was very simple and crude. There was only a thick tree that had been pulled down and it was placed above a small stream that was not very wide. The stream was also very shallow and one could easily wade through it. However, behind the single plank bridge, there were two disciples dressed in the ethereal sex attire. They stood upright as if this was the memorial archway of the ethereal mountain villa. Their expressions were solemn. But their clothes had long been worn out, far less bright than the clothes and armor Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had when they first came to the Misty Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu was not in a hurry to walk over. He first observed for a moment, and then looked left and right for a while. Second brother. Are you looking for me? Zhang Xiaohua slightly poked her head out of the thorny forest and asked with a smile. Yes, I walked all the way and did not see you. I thought you lost me. In front of us is. Before Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Someone is coming, probably a disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Then she retracted her head into the thorny forest, but couldn't see it. Zhang Xiaohu's heart trembled, and immediately changed the expression on his face, slightly frowning, and walked through the thorny forest. Stop! A clear shout came from the left side of the sky. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be surprised, and looked up, only to see a middle-aged man in white jumping down from the big tree over there, using his qin gong to walk in, and coldly asked, Who are you? Why did you come here? Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, Excuse me, are you the senior brother on duty of the Lingering Fragrance Peak? The middle-aged man was obviously disgusted by this senior brother. He frowned slightly and unhappily said, "I am." "Who are you?" Seeing that his disciple didn't even announce his name, Zhang Xiaohu knew that the other party was unhappy. He just sneered in his heart, but said, "I'm Zhang Xiaohu, a disciple of the Misty Hall. I'm going to the Misty Mountain Villa under the order of the Hall Master. Senior brother, please do me a favor." Misty Mountain Villa. The disciple snorted coldly and said, "There is no Misty Mountain Villa on Shixin Peak. There's only a nameless valley here, there's no place like you said." Hee hee. Senior martial brother, please understand. I want to go to the nameless mountain that you mentioned. Please make it convenient for me. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua took out the token of the Misty Hall from her bosom. The disciple reached out and took it. He looked at it up and down and said disdainfully, "Is this the only token?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "What's the difference? However, I remember that the hierarch on Lingering Fragrance Peak said that this nameless valley can be unimpeded with only the token of the Misty Hall. Senior martial brother, what other tokens do you want to see?" What a joke. The disciple curled his lips and sneered. He threw the token of the Misty Hall back to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Of course you can go unimpeded with the token of the Misty Hall. But you can only go to this thorny forest. If you want to go sightseeing, I won't stop you. You can play to your heart's content. I won't interfere even if you bring along your female disciples." Then he looked sideways at the stream and sneered, "But if you want to go near the stream, don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Xiaohu sighed in his heart. He took out another token from his bosom and handed it forward, saying, "This is the token of the Deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Please check it." Deputy Hall Master Gao. The disciple was stunned and said in surprise, "Isn't the Deputy Hall Master of the Misty Hall Master Zhong? Why is it suddenly changed?" However, he still took it and checked it carefully. While the disciple checked it, Zhang Xiaohu sneered and said, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong has made great contributions in the Misty Hall. He was called back by the hierarch and put in an important position. Deputy Hall Master Gao just came here yesterday." Hearing this, the disciple nodded and handed the token back. He said thoughtfully, "So Senior Martial Brother Gao just came to Shixin Peak yesterday. No wonder." "No wonder what?" Zhang Xiaohu asked in surprise. The disciple didn't seem surprised and casually waved his hand, "This junior brother, you don't need to put on an act with me. A few years ago, your Hall Master Yang sent some disciples here to negotiate, but gradually they stopped coming. Last year, a disciple from your Misty Hall named Zhao Jian came on the orders of Vice Hall Master Zhou, but he also returned with his tail between his legs. Do I even need to ask why you came here?" After that, he moved aside and said, "Go and come back as soon as possible, but don't lose your face. The people here are all loyal disciples of the Misty School. Although you are devoted to the incense cult, you used to be a disciple of the Misty School. You have to lower your head when you see them. This task, tut, is really a bit difficult." Seeing the disciple's face full of pity and sympathy, Zhang Xiaohu was confused. He didn't know what the disciple was muttering about. However, from these words, Zhang Xiaohu knew that there must be something that he didn't know before. But, did this have anything to do with him? His mission here was completely different from Zhao Jian and the other disciples. How could the old disciples of the Misty School embarrass him? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and cupped his hands at the disciple. He looked left and right secretly, trying to find traces of Zhang Xiaohua. Unfortunately, it was normal in the past. Even the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak nodded slightly and didn't have any other reaction. Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of the single-plank bridge. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked over. Now that Zhang Xiaohu's injuries were mostly healed, the internal energy in his body was advancing rapidly under the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The effect of 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation for others. The disciples at the stream had already seen the disciples of the lingering fragrance peak blocking Zhang Xiaohu. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu being let go, one of them immediately picked up a bow and arrow from the ground and casually shot a whistling arrow. When Zhang Xiaohu slowly walked across the single-plank bridge, several people were already holding weapons and ran over. However, these people's footsteps were heavy and didn't seem like people who practiced martial arts. Zhang Xiaohu sighed in his heart. He walked past the stream and didn't go any closer. He only said in a clear voice, "This is the disciple of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu. I am here to pay my respects to Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu under the orders of Hall Master Yang." When the disciples of the Misty School heard this, they didn't let down their guard. One of the older men walked over with a Chi Mei staff in his hand and said coldly, "I only know the disciples of the Misty School and not the Misty Hall. Little brother, you should go back and wash up and sleep. Don't play around here." Zhang Xiaohu didn't get angry. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am the disciple of the Misty School's direct disciple, Wenwenhai. I came here today because I have something important to discuss with Martial Ancestor Li and Martial Ancestor Lu. I hope this Martial Uncle can make things easier." Direct disciple. When the man heard this, his eyes clearly lit up. His attitude was somewhat relaxed. However, he immediately looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Junior brother Wen's age seems to be older than you." Before he finished speaking, a disciple beside him walked over and lowered his head to whisper a few words in his ear. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "I see. I really didn't know about this matter. Zhang Xiaohu, I heard from Junior Brother Wang that you really are Junior Brother Wen's direct disciple. However, words alone have no proof. Even if you are a direct disciple, this place is no longer the Misty Hall of the past. If you don't have any proof, as your martial uncle, I still can't let you in." Zhang Xiaohu also looked as if he had expected this. He slightly turned his head to look at the lingering fragrance peak disciple who was hiding somewhere. He took out a token from his bosom and said with a smile, "Please examine it, martial uncle." It was a black token that was 3 inches in size. The front was simple and unadorned. There were 2 strange large characters written on it. It was misty and on the back was the character, Hai. If this wasn't Wenwenhai's direct disciple token, then what could it be? When the man saw this token, he immediately became respectful. He carefully took it and looked at it carefully. He smiled and said, "It really is Junior Brother Wen's token. Martial Nephew Zhang, my surname is Bai. You can call me Martial Uncle Bai. Please don't blame me. A few years ago, many disciples came to find Martial Uncle Li. If it wasn't for this matter, then it was for that matter. How could we not know their intentions? We had no choice but to do so." After he finished speaking, he handed the token back to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, No, Martial Uncle Bai is too polite. Martial uncles and martial uncles have noble character and unquestionable integrity. Martial nephew really admires you for guarding a pure land here." Martial Uncle Bai smiled and didn't say anything. He pointed to a disciple and said, "Martial Nephew Zhang, I still have to be on duty here. This is Martial Uncle Zhou. Let him take you to see Martial Uncle Li." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and cupped one hand and the other before his chest. He said, "Please take care of me, Martial Uncle Zhou." Martial Uncle Zhou was missing an arm, so he only used his left hand to carry a pedao. He smiled and said, "I haven't seen the direct disciple of our Misty School for a long time. Martial Nephew Zhang, you don't have to be so polite. Please follow me." Martial Uncle Zhou led Zhang Xiaohu through an uneven mountain path and went up another mountain ridge. What came into view was a rather large kernel. However, when Zhang Xiaohu saw the scene in the call, he was stunned and involuntarily stopped. Martial Uncle Zhou, who was leading the way, saw him stop and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Zhang, it seems that this is the first time you have come to our misty heights." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a long time. With tears in his eyes, he murmured, "Yes, Martial Uncle Zhou, it is indeed the first time for me to come here, and it is also the first time for me to know that the ethereal villa is actually so difficult." It turned out that the ethereal villa was not like the Huanqi villa, which only had some low thatched houses. Many of the houses were simply built with trees. Looking from the mountain ridge, it was even inferior to the Guozhuang house, let alone the Huanqi villa. Martial Uncle Zhou understood what Zhang Xiaohu was referring to. He smiled and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that the brothers don't want to receive the grace of the fragrant cult. They have no choice but to do everything themselves, creating something out of nothing in this valley." Creating something out of nothing. Although it was easy to say, it would be extremely difficult to do it. Chapter 787. Zhang Xiaohu walked down a small path and Zhang Xiaohua appeared from a pile of rocks not far away. Looking at the simple and crude village in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He had followed Zhang Xiaohu underground and arrived at the mountain before Zhang Xiaohu. Martial Uncle Zhou's explanation just now happened to fall into his ears and swept away all his doubts. He's really a man of iron in the Misty School. No wonder he's sect leader O's senior and junior brother. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of Li Jian and Lu Qingyang, the two grandmasters whom he had never met before, as well as the thousands of disciples of the Misty School who had been crippled by the fragrant cult. He felt that they were the backbone of the Misty School. If he wanted to help them, he would definitely help them even if they weren't related. Well, of course, it would be best if he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What if he could kill 3 birds with 1 stone? 4 birds. Wouldn't that be even better? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but start scheming again. Zhang Xiaohu followed Martial Uncle Zhou into the small mountain village. The first thing he saw was a simple and crude archway. Although it wasn't tall, there was a plaque with the words Misty School written on it. Although the words weren't as elegant as those on the archway of the Misty Mountain Villa outside Pingyang City, it didn't have the same awe-inspiring aura. However, when paired with the thick wooden archway, there was a hint of unruliness. Zhang Xiaohu walked to this place and couldn't move his feet. The words Misty were not uncommon in the Misty Hall of Shixin Peak, but it wasn't as pleasing to the eye as here. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but tidy up his sleeves and bowed deeply. Martial Uncle Zhou watched from the side without saying a word. He only nodded slightly at the disciples standing on both sides of the memorial archway as if this was a common occurrence. However, Zhang Xiaohu did not notice this expression of familiarity. After passing the decorated archway, there was a large open space. It was much larger than the square in front of the original Misty Mountain Villa. It was already afternoon, and the weather was somewhat stuffy. In the square, many disciples were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 10. There were also many who were alone, and all of them were practicing martial arts. Zhang Xiaohu had already seen this and was puzzled. Weren't the disciples here crippled long ago? But when he got closer, Zhang Xiaohu already understood that these disciples were practicing fist techniques, sword techniques, and so on. There were even many disciples who were using stone weights to train their strength, but none of them seemed to have internal energy. It was exactly the same as when Zhang Xiaohu first entered the Lotus Escort Agency. Heaven's movement is vigorous, and the gentleman will never stop striving. Not only Zhang Xiaohu, but also Zhang Xiaohua, who had escaped into the ground, saw this lively scene and this sentence flashed in their minds. Yes, these disciples of the Misty School were indeed crippled and their joints crushed by the experts of the fragrance cult. However, the fragrance cult could only cripple their martial arts. Their unyielding hearts and unyielding fighting spirit could not be wiped away in any way. Suddenly, a kind of reverence spontaneously arose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohu's heart. Thinking of his own actions in the past few years on Shishine Peak, he could not help but blush with shame. At the same time, he was extremely glad. Fortunately, he had discussed with Wen Wenhai and the others before coming to this place that was almost forgotten by the disciples of the Misty Hall to seek guidance from martial ancestrally, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know everything that happened so close to him. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohu immediately understood why the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak were so strict with the disciples who came to the Misty Mountain Villa. Not only did they have to have the token of Misty Hall Master Yang, but they also had to have the token of Lingering Fragrance Peak's Deputy Hall Master. If the young disciples of the Misty Hall knew that there were thousands of old, weak, sick, and disabled people practicing so hard without caring whether their practice was effective or not, then they would definitely feel nostalgic. The sense of belonging that the fragrant cult had cultivated with great difficulty would definitely be swept away. The young disciples of the Misty Hall knew that there were thousands of old, weak, sick, and disabled people around them who were practicing so hard without caring whether their practice was effective or not, then they would definitely feel nostalgic and the sense of belonging that the fragrant cult had cultivated with great difficulty would definitely be swept away. The fragrance cult certainly did not want such a thing to happen. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohu and Martial Uncle Zhou saw that what they saw was no different from the original Misty School. There were disciples on patrol, disciples practicing, and everything was in good order. However, no matter what kind of disciples they were, no matter how calm their expressions were, their clothes and weapons were the old clothes and weapons of the former Misty School. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu also noticed that Martial Uncle Zhou was also wearing old clothes. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and wondered whether he should ask. At this time, Martial Uncle Zhou spoke first. Martial Nephew Zhang, our communication with the Misty Hall is not very smooth. Thinking about it carefully, we haven't had any disciples come here for a year. I don't know how our young disciples are doing on Shishine Peak. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said with a smile, everyone is doing well. Many things have happened in the past year. I will tell you in detail when I meet Martial ancestrally later. It's just that. Zhang Xiaohu looked around at the simple thatched huts and said apologetically, but, we disciples don't know that martial uncles and martial uncles are living so simply. This disciple. I don't know what to say. Martial Uncle Zhou glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. For some reason, there was a trace of contempt in his eyes. He only smiled and did not say anything. Zhang Xiaohu asked again, this disciple has a question, but I don't know if I should ask it or not. Martial Uncle Zhou raised the corner of his eyes and said with a smile, go ahead. Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the low thatched huts and wooden huts around and said, everything in the Misty Hall is done by ourselves. Then. Martial uncles and martial ancestors' clothes, have they always been wearing in the Misty Hall? Martial Uncle Zhou snorted and said, Martial Nephew Zhang, aren't you asking the obvious? If not, why would your hall master send you here? Zhang Xiaohu was confused. He cupped his hands and said, this disciple doesn't know what Martial Uncle Zhou is talking about. However, I think Martial Uncle Zhou has misunderstood. This disciple has come here for an extremely important matter. It's just that I can't tell you in detail for the time being. Martial Uncle Zhou looked suspicious and said with a frown, forget it. Anyway, this is your martial uncle's problem. I just need to bring you here. Then he thought for a moment and said, didn't I say just now that we, the old, weak, sick and disabled of the Misty School, didn't want to come to the incense cult? We only wanted to be buried in the misty peak with sect leader O. However, we were forced to come by the disciples of the incense cult. Our people are here, but our hearts are still in Pingyang City. Therefore, not only do we live in a place built by ourselves with a piece of stone and a piece of wood, even our food and other necessities are taken care of by ourselves. Our clothes. Martial Uncle Zhou said proudly, of course they are from the past. We don't even have a single thread of the incense cult. The ancient said, Boyi and Shuchi don't eat grains of Zhou. Martial uncles, you are of noble character and unquestionable integrity, not inferior to the ancients. This disciple is really impressed. Zhang Xiaohu was in awe again, but then he hesitated and said, but weren't the disciples of the Misty School forced to change clothes by the disciples of the incense cult? How did the martial uncles? Martial Uncle Zhou shook his head and said, we aren't even afraid of death. Why would we be afraid of their coercion? Even if we don't change our clothes, they can't force us to change our clothes, right? Zhang Xiaohu was a little ashamed. If you want me to change my clothes, I will die in front of you. I'm not even afraid of death, why would I be afraid of your coercion? Although it was easy to say, if you really did it, it wouldn't just be the contact of lips, it would be the price of blood and life. As they spoke, they arrived at a spacious area. On the other side of the spacious area, there was a rather large wooden house. Above the house was a simple plaque with the words, Meeting Hall, written on it. Martial Uncle Zhou looked at the wooden house from afar with a longing expression and said with a smile, Martial Uncle Li, if you don't have anything to do, you should be in the conference hall. Martial Nephew Zhang, please. Martial Uncle Zhou, please. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and then he thought of something and said, I wonder if Martial Ancestor Lu, oh, right, and Martial Uncle Shernyo, are they doing well? This. Martial Uncle Zhou's face was a little gloomy and said, it's still the same. It has been many years. No matter how much we tried to persuade him or think of other methods, it was useless. This heart disease needs to be cured by the heart medicine, others are useless. Martial Nephew, why are you suddenly asking about this? Zhang Xiaohu said, this disciple knows a little about the two grandmasters. Before I came here, Master told me again and again to bring him to take a look. Maybe he can say something. Is that so? Martial Uncle Zhou thought for a moment and said, your master has a message for Shernyo. Or Martial Uncle Lu. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Martial Uncle Zhou had misunderstood and was about to explain. Suddenly, he thought of something and said with a smile, actually, both of them are fine. If it's not convenient for Martial Ancestor Lu, then Martial Uncle Shi can come over. Martial Uncle Zhou nodded and brought Zhang Xiaohu to the conference hall. He walked to the front of the conference hall and bowed respectfully. He said loudly, Martial Uncle Li, the ethereal school of Shixin Peak sent someone here. He said he has something to discuss with you. After a moment, a cold voice came from inside, what can it be? Young Ruping brought her young disciples to her misty sect, while I brought a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people to my misty sect. We will never interact with each other. So, why should I hope that I will be able to get along with them? There's no need to meet this person. Tell him to go back. Tell him that no matter what the conditions are, this Li will not agree. Tell them to give up as soon as possible. Then, he muttered, it's been a year since a fly came to harass us. Why is it that after a moment of peace and quiet, there are people coming? How noisy! Martial Uncle Zhou looked at Zhang Xiaohu, thought for a moment, and reported, Martial Uncle Li, this person is junior brother Wen Wenhai's direct disciple. He said that he has an important matter to discuss with you, and he also has a message for senior brother Shernyo and Martial Uncle Lu. Direct disciples. The person inside was a little surprised. Aren't they all dead? Chapter 788. Hearing this, he was surprised. Direct disciple? Didn't they all die out? Zhang Xiaohu's face showed a bitter smile, but he was still respectful. Then, he heard a sound of footsteps, neither fast nor slow, coming from inside. When he reached the door, Zhang Xiaohu looked over. It was Li Jian, dressed in a green robe, with white hair on his temples. Li Jian's face was wrinkled like it was carved by a knife. Other than his temples, his head was also white. Only his waist was still straight, and the spirit in his eyes was even sharper than before. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to neglect. He immediately went forward and bowed. Disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets masterly. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu, Li Jian also frowned. He thought for a moment and hesitated. You are the old disciple that Ahai took in. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Yes, I am. It's been hard on you. You entered my misty school for only a few years, but you met with such a big change. You didn't even enjoy the preferential treatment of a direct disciple. Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. Disciple doesn't dare. Under master's guidance, disciple has already practiced the ethereal divine art for several years. It can be considered a small harvest. Ethereal divine art. Li Jian stared at him for a long time and mocked, a small harvest. You dare to say this? Although this old man has lost all his internal energy, I still have eyes. You have only practiced internal energy for several years, and you dare to say that you have a small harvest. I'm not afraid of hurting you, but you haven't even found the threshold. Shameless boasting. Then, he continued, this is simply a stain on the profound ethereal divine art. This. Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. He heard that Master Li had always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Why did he give him such a show of strength when they met? Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to refute. What Li Jian said was also right. He was currently practicing two types of internal energy at the same time, and his maturity was only at the level of a few years. He could only bitterly smile and say, Martial Ancestor Li's teachings are correct. This disciple will definitely practice martial arts diligently in the future, and will absolutely not tarnish the reputation of this ethereal divine art. Li Jian ignored him and said to the disciple surnamed Zhou, you go and call your martial uncle Li and senior brother Shi. We have been in Shixin Peak for 4 or 5 years. This is the first time that a direct disciple has come to persuade us. It's better to meet them. Maybe Ahai has something to say. Then, he glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohu. Come in. Zhang Xiaohu followed Li Jian into the hall and looked around curiously. This was a wooden building with ventilation on all sides. There were no walls around it. Inside the so-called hall, there were several chairs. Zhang Xiaohu counted them and found that there were 6 of them. When he looked up, there were 3 memorial tablets placed at the top of the hall. There were also 3 incense burners. There were several incense sticks that were slowly burning. Zhang Xiaohu's heart trembled. There was nothing to say. Weren't these the names of O Peng, Shengguan Fenglu, and Su Peihua? He didn't dare to be negligent. When Li Jian sat down on a chair, he hurriedly went forward and knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times. Then, he stepped forward and respectfully lit 3 incense sticks for each of the memorial tablets. After that, he stepped back and stood opposite Li Jian. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu kowtowing respectfully, Li Jian only looked on coldly. He wasn't moved by these actions and didn't even have any expression. What a joke. This was Zhang Xiaohu's grandmaster, and the spirit tablet was right here. If one didn't go up and offer incense, then it would be surprising. However, if this was enough to make Li Jian reveal a look of relief and nod his head repeatedly, then it would be even more laughable if he was moved by Zhang Xiaohu's actions. And, presumably, Zhang Xiaohu's previous disciples were also this hypocritical. Zhang Xiaohu stood there and waited for a while. Then, he heard Li Jian cough and say, Zhang Xiaohu, since you are a direct disciple of my Misty School, then I won't be polite. Tell me the truth. What conditions did the Temple of Fragrance offer to make us submit? Zhang Xiaohu was at a loss. He raised his head and said, Martial ancestrally, this disciple didn't come here for this matter. Li Jian waved his hand and said, Hehe, if it's not this matter, what else can it be? Didn't you send a few disciples here to talk to me about this matter? Moreover, they didn't use this as a banner. Hehe, forget it. They actually sent you here this time. They are really at their wits' end. First, tell me about the changes in the Misty Hall this year. Tell me everything, no matter how big or small. As long as you know, tell me everything. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said with a smile, Yes, Martial ancestrally. After that, he stood there and recounted everything that happened in the past year. When he was about to finish, Martial Uncle Zhou pushed a huge simple chair and brought a man to the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu stopped talking and looked at the drunk man on the chair. Wasn't this the majestic stone cow from the Misty Peak? But at this time, Stone Cow was actually a little fat. The threatening aura on his body had long disappeared. His body was slumped on the chair, leaving only a decadent smell of alcohol. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu come forward and salute, Stone Cow only slightly opened his drunk eyes. He squinted for a while and then closed them again, ignoring him. He heard Martial Uncle Zhou say, Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Lu is still drunk and can't come. I have already told the disciples on guard. If Martial Nephew Zhang hasn't left, when Martial Uncle Lu wakes up, tell him. Looking at Stone Cow's appearance, Li Jian coldly said, Zhang Xiaohu, continue talking. When Stone Cow wakes up, you can talk to him. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu continued to tell him about the recent situation of the Yulan Twilight refinement. This time, Li Jian was beaming with joy as he slapped the table and said, Delightful, delightful, truly delightful. What kind of monster is this Yulan Grand Canyon? Why did it only kill a few thousand ordinary disciples? Why didn't it come out and kill all the disciples of the fragrant religion? Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohu saved Zhang Xiaohua, Li Jian unconsciously let out a cold snort from his nose, soft-hearted, he's just a kid from the pill-expanding hall, what's there to save? You have to remember, the fragrant religion destroyed our Misty School. They killed a lot of Misty School's disciples that year. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding at the side, was displeased. Although he saw the stone cow being pushed in, his heart was filled with sorrow. He lamented that the brave and fierce man had fallen to such a state. But now, he was being scolded by Li Jian. He couldn't help but feel disdain for Li Jian's narrow-mindedness. When Li Jian heard about Zhao Jian's deranged actions, he couldn't help but feel a little dejected. He said, This brat came last year and looked refined. He even burned 9 sticks of incense. How come I didn't see him being so sinister? He even wants to harm our own disciples? The ancient said, an orange in Huainan is an orange, while an orange in Huaibei is an orange. If Zhao Jian was in our Misty School, he would never do such a heinous thing. Damn, Zhang Xiaohu secretly cursed, he only offered 9 incense sticks and you think so highly of him. It seems that I didn't offer enough. But martial ancestrally, this disciple really doesn't know the rules. After Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, Li Jian looked at the sky and said, you've said what you should say. I've also said what I should say. You must remember that you are a direct disciple of the Misty School. Although your martial arts are low, your status is still there. Don't be confused by the small favors of Yang Rupeeing and Lingering Fragrance Peak. They can only give you some external things. But the honor of being a direct disciple of the Misty School is not something they can give you. Go back and tell young Rupine that I will not agree to what she said. Although our Misty School disciples don't have martial arts, we have strength. If we don't have food, we will plant it ourselves. If we don't have houses, we will build them ourselves. If we don't have clothes, we will wear animal skins. Anyway, we have nothing to do with the Misty Hall. Thank her for her concern. Let her be the inner disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak and be the Misty Hall's hall master. After listening to Li Jian's words, Zhang Xiaohu somewhat understood that this proud and aloof martial ancestor Li must have regarded him as the Misty Hall's lobbyist from the moment they met. Whatever he said would only make him feel conflicted. And, fortunately before I left, Xiaohua had already discussed with me. Let's not talk about the chief disciple first. If I say it now, wouldn't she misunderstand my intentions? How would she agree to let me be in that position? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu bowed deeply and smiled. Martial ancestor Li's words, this disciple has already brought it to Hall Master Yang. However, this disciple has not come for the matter that martial ancestor has said. Li Jian was also surprised and sneered. What matter can there be that Yang Ruping would trouble you, a direct disciple, to come here? Zhang Xiaohu looked around and was somewhat cautious, saying, Martial ancestor Li, this matter is quite important. Please allow this disciple to report it alone. Li Jian gave him a sidelong glance, saying, I only have disciples from the Misty School here. There are no disciples from the Misty Hall. You can rest assured that nothing will be leaked out. Zhang Xiaohu still shook his head. Please forgive me, martial ancestor Li. This matter is too important. This disciple also hid it from Hall Master Yang. The others, only the original Medicine Hall's martial uncle he knows about this matter. I haven't even told my master. Please reconsider, martial ancestor Li. Even Hai doesn't know. That Li Jian was surprised, saying, then I can't let Bai Mufing go. Who knows what you want to tell me? A disciple from the Medicine Hall can know, but Wen Hai, a direct disciple, can't know. Seeing that Li Jian was so stubborn and didn't trust him, Zhang Xiaohu was also helpless. He could only sigh, saying, since martial ancestor Li doesn't want to know about this opportunity to revitalize the Misty School, then this disciple won't say it. Revitalize the Misty School. Li Jian's face was full of disbelief. Zhou Mufing is my Misty School's disciple. If I can't even trust him, how can I talk about revitalizing the Misty School? Then you'd better not say it. Go back to your Misty Hall as soon as possible. Chapter 789. Seeing Li Jian being so stubborn, Zhang Xiaohu was rather depressed. After pondering for a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, although martial ancestor Li is open and aboveboard and doesn't bully others, you're making things difficult for this disciple. Forget it. Who asked me to be a direct disciple of the Misty School? If I don't go to hell, who will? Li Jian coldly looked at Zhang Xiaohu and did not say anything. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with what he had just said. Zhang Xiaohu used the ethereal divine art and checked the surroundings of the cottage. After confirming that there was no one in the cottage, he lowered his voice and explained that he was able to cure the broken dantian of the Misty School's disciple and the broken joints. Li Jian's expression was very interesting. First, it was a look of disdain. Then, it was shock. Then, it was a kind of realization. Finally, it was an expression of contempt. After waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish, he respectfully stood up. Li Jian said, Are you done? Hearing Li Jian's cold tone, Zhang Xiaohu curiously said, reporting to martial ancestor Li, I have finished. Good, then you can leave. What? Zhang Xiaohu almost couldn't believe his ears. He was full of hope and didn't talk about his personal matters. Instead, he revealed this shocking secret. Who would have thought that it would actually be exchanged for such simple words from Li Jian? Martial ancestrally. Don't you believe in me? Zhang Xiaohu stuttered. Li Jian coldly snorted and said, not only do I not believe. If not for the fact that you are Ahai's disciple, this old man would not chase you away. Otherwise, this old man would have already told you to scram. Zhang Xiaohu sighed. It seemed that this Li Jian's vigilance was not ordinary. However, this was still related to the fate of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to be negligent. Even if he was wronged, he could only endure. He cupped his hands and said, martial ancestrally, empty words naturally have no basis. Can this disciple give it a try? Don't. How can you make this old man believe such an illusory thing? Forget it. I don't care what your intentions are. You should return to the Misty Hall as soon as possible. Right at this moment, the stone cow beside him called out, Martial Uncle Li, don't be anxious. Zhou Mufeng was also agitated. If it weren't for the difference in status, he would have stepped forward a long time ago. Li Jiani frowned. He turned to Stone Cow and said gently, Stone Cow, I know you want to try, but do you think it's possible? In the pugilistic world, there were only rumors of martial arts being crippled when one's dantian was broken. However, there had never been anyone who could recover their martial arts after their dantian was broken. This Zhang Xiaohu has received a lot of benefits from the incense cult. He actually used the identity of a direct disciple to come here and mislead the public. We can only accept it calmly. Don't fall for the incense cult's trick. Stone Cow also smiled bitterly, Martial Uncle Li, you are the backbone of our Misty Hall. This disciple will definitely listen to you. However, look at this disciple. He is just a cripple who is paralyzed in a chair. Since Zhang Xiaohu said that there is a way, even if this Zhang Xiaohu is not right, even if this disciple's life is taken, what harm is there in letting him try? Li Jian frowned slightly. Stone Cow's words were correct. He had been paralyzed in a chair for many years. Unlike himself, he was living a life worse than death. Now that he heard that there was someone who could cure him, it was like a drowning person seeing a floating log. How could he not fight for it with all his heart? Even if it was grass and not wood, Stone Cow would not give it up. Moreover, he did not seem to have the right to choose for Stone Cow. After hesitating for a moment, Li Jian nodded slightly and said, since you are willing to try, then let's try. However, Stone Cow, you must think carefully. If there is really a way, Stone Cow smiled and said, Martial Uncle Li, don't worry. Although Stone Cow is slow-witted, I have been in Shixin Peak for so many years. It is also a kind of training. How can I not know the key point? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu entered the Misty School. I also heard from Ahai about his past. In the early years, when he did not know martial arts, he was able to stand up for justice. How bad can he be now? What is his brother's name? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Yes, it is Zhang Xiaohua. I remember that when he went south with Miss O, he was also able to sacrifice himself to save others. With such a brother, how bad can Zhang Xiaohu's character be? Zhang Xiaohu blushed and said, Martial Uncle Stone Cow, I do not deserve such praise. Who is praising you? I am just speaking the truth. Stone Cow shook his head. Zhou Mufeng couldn't hold it in any longer. He took a step forward and said, Martial Uncle Li, disciple has the same thoughts as Shernyo. Since he said that he has a way, disciple feels that it's better to let him try. Let disciple give it a try first. If he succeeds, it'll be a great fortune. If he fails, a disciple can be considered as a substitute for the other disciples of ethereal sect. You guys. Li Jian was a little anxious. In fact, he also wanted to recover his martial arts. But this was indeed too inconceivable. How could a tiny third-generation direct disciple possibly possess such heaven-defying methods? Martial Uncle Li, both Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng called out. Li Jian thought for a moment, then turned his face to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Zhang Xiaohu, I know that you have martial arts, so I cannot do anything to you. However, if you have any evil thoughts and harm Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng, I will not forgive you. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Martial Uncle Li, you are both my martial uncles. If I have any evil thoughts, even if you don't pursue it, do you think I can face my master and the other disciples of the Misty School? I hope you are not lying. Li Jian finally agreed. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said, Martial Uncle Li, this is not a small matter. We cannot make a big commotion. If we attract the attention of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, my life is a small matter, but reviving the Misty School is a big matter. You don't want such a situation to happen, right? Nonsense. Li Jian believed in Li Jian even more. Then, I hope Martial Uncle Li will keep this matter a secret. And I hope Martial Uncle Li can find a quiet room for me. Li Jian thought for a moment, then pointed out the window and said, There are a few huts at the plaza. There is no one there. You can go there. It is close to my place and we can take care of each other. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod, Zhou Mufeng pushed Stone Cow and led Zhang Xiaohu to the thatched hut. After entering the thatched hut, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Many thanks to the two martial uncles for believing in me. I will not disappoint you. Before I start the treatment, I will seal your acupoints. Martial uncles, Stone Cow and Zhou Mufeng smiled and said, No problem. Since you have agreed, we will leave it to you. Zhang Xiaohua followed the instructions and sealed their acupoints. She then looked around and whispered, Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's call, Zhang Xiaohua popped her head out from the corner of the thatched hut and smiled. Second brother's acting is indeed good. This little brother is full of admiration. As she spoke, her gaze landed on Stone Cow's body. She stretched out her finger and poked a few times. When Li Jian saw Zhang Xiaohua's head popping out from the ground, he immediately jumped in surprise. When Zhang Xiaohua jumped out from the ground and sealed Stone Cow's acupoints, Zhang Xiaohu subconsciously went forward and touched her head and arms. He asked curiously, Xiaohua, how did you come out from the ground? Don't tell me you are Tu Xing-sun. Before Zhang Xiaohua could explain, Zhang Xiaohu continued, This martial art, when can you teach me? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. She pushed Zhang Xiaohu's hand to the side and said, I want to teach you this martial art, but you have to be able to learn it first, right? Wait for a while, wait for you to master both the Suhuan Sutra and ethereal divine art. I will think of a way then. Hehe, you are indeed a good brother. I will remember what you said. You must teach me in the future. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Second brother, can you be more mature? It's just a few techniques. If you have the opportunity, you might not even be interested in these divine arts. Alright, let me take a look at Stone Cow's injuries. You actually said that you can cure it in the time it takes to eat 2 meals. You really dare to say that? Didn't you treat Martial Uncle He in the time it takes to eat a meal? I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to find you, so I gave myself some extra time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She walked forward and looked at this Stone Cow who had fought against the black-clothed men with her in the past. She thought of the Stone Cow's bravery in the past, and then looked at the Stone Cow's current helplessness. Her heart couldn't help but ache. When she poured her Jinchi into the stone cow, she looked at the stone cow's crushed joints. Her eyebrows unconsciously tightened. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he asked with concern, "How is it? Martial Uncle Shi, is his injury very serious? Is it hard to cure?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and then nodded. This made Zhang Xiaohu's head full of confusion. He shouted, "Can it be cured or not? I made a promise in front of martial ancestrally. If I knew that you couldn't, I would have found someone else. Didn't I know that you were thinking about Stone Cow, so I helped you find him." Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "Second brother, don't be anxious. It's not that it can't be cured. It's just that I don't know what kind of external martial arts this Stone Cow practices. His bones have also been tempered. Although the tempering isn't enough, it's still several times harder than a normal person's. And, even if the joints were crushed and then crushed again, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. Don't even talk about curing his joints one by one. One bone congealing pill probably won't be enough." Zhang Xiaohu let out a sigh of relief and said, "I was wondering what it would be. If one isn't enough, then two. Either way, you're refining it yourself. You don't need to ask anyone for help. What are you afraid of?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu with displeasure and said, "Second brother, do you think this bone congealing pill is easy to refine? The spirit herbs needed to refine it." Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, don't cry poor in front of your second brother. You took 30% of the transaction between Shixin Peak and Bai Yifeng. Second brother doesn't want this 30%. I'll leave it all to you." "That's all right." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and mocked, "It's just ordinary spirit herbs and elixirs. Why would I care about them? If you give me your 4 carts of spirit herbs, I can consider it." "Hee, those spirit herbs, don't even think about it. Our Misty Hall still has them for exchange." Zhang Xiaohu was stunned when he said this. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Xiaohua, can you refine the Yuandan pill?" Zhang Xiaohua also understood and said with a smile, "Not only the Yuandan pill, but also the Spirit Awakening pill, Detoxification pill, Blood Replenishing pill and Blood Congealing pill. I can refine them all. Why do you think of me now? Do you want me to refine spirit pills for your Misty Hall? Don't forget, my price is very high." Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of it earlier? You were looking for a pill room and refining some Spirit Awakening pill for Miss O. I didn't look for you, an expert in pill refining, but why did I look for the pill expanding hall? If these spirit herbs fall into their hands, they will take most of them. Now, I'd rather let my brother take advantage of them than let them be happy. Don't you think so?" "Fine." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, "You mean to drag me into a free job?" "I won't do it," Zhang Xiaohu said with a calm face, "let's talk about this later. We're brothers, what's so hard to talk about, right?" Cough, cough, you'd better see how Martial Uncle Shi will treat him first." Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly in her heart, these spirit pills were refined for nothing. I didn't even take a single pill. I've done second brother a favor. Alas, from today onwards, second brother will reserve all the spirit pills I need to refine in the future. Then, Zhang Xiaohua checked Zhou Mufeng's condition again. Her expression became more relaxed, and she said, "Second brother, Martial Uncle Zhou's injury is not serious. Although his dantian was broken by the monks of the Great Forest Division, his meridians are not damaged. I think 1 spirit pill is more than enough." "Well, then you can give him half a spirit pill." "Half a spirit pill?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The outer layer of the spirit pill was protected by an innate formation. If one wanted to take it, one had to take the whole pill. How could one take half a spirit pill? She waved her hand and said, "Forget it. One spirit pill it is. Anyway, he'll be a disciple of the Misty School in the future. If he becomes stronger, he'll be of help to second brother." After she finished speaking, she reached out and sealed all the major acupoints on Shernyo and Zhou Mufeng's bodies. She smiled and said, "Second brother, I'll fix Martial Uncle Zhou's dantian first. You can watch from the side. Don't disturb me, and don't let anyone in." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and quietly waited at the side. Zhang Xiaohua also sat down beside Zhou Mufeng. She took out a meridian nourishing pill and put it in Zhou Mufeng's mouth. Then, she channeled her true qi into his body. The medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill flowed along his meridians and into his dantian. Zhou Mufeng's dantian was slightly bigger than He Tianqu's, and the hole was also much bigger. Zhang Xiaohua channeled her true qi into the hole and spread it evenly around the hole. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, under the stimulation of the meridian nourishing pill's medicinal power, Zhou Mufeng's dantian slowly began to heal. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. She didn't send the rest of the medicinal power to his meridians. Instead, she withdrew her true qi and opened her eyes. She said, "Okay, second brother, Martial Uncle Zhou is done." "Ah?" Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "So fast?" "He's already recovered his internal energy." "How can it be so fast?" "It's just the beginning of healing his dantian. We don't have to worry about the rest. We just have to wait." "Didn't Captain He explain it to you this morning?" Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at him again. "Didn't you say it? Otherwise, why would I ask you?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She sat down beside the stone ox again. First, she channeled her true qi into the stone ox's broken joints one by one. Although the stone ox's acupoints were sealed, his bones had been tempered by the bone-strengthening pill. When Zhang Xiaohua crushed the bones, she used more strength than He Tianqiu. The pain was needless to say. The stone ox was also sweating more than He Tianqiu. However, the smell of alcohol in the sweat made Zhang Xiaohua extremely unhappy. When the stone ox's joints were crushed, Zhang Xiaohua was also sweating. She opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She bared her teeth and said, "This stone ox is really a cow made of stone. These bones, tsk, they're really impressive. Xiaohua, if you're tired, you should rest first." It's still early. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to finish speaking, Zhang Xiaohua deftly wrapped the stone ox's joints with branches and cloth. She then took out a jade bottle from her chest and poured out the bone-solidifying pill. She put it into the stone ox's mouth and smiled. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the third spurt of energy. It's better if I finish early. As Zhang Xiaohua sent her true qi into the stone ox, the effect of the bone-solidifying pill was left in the joints. Zhang Xiaohua's face became even paler. Zhang Xiaohu, who was beside her, felt his heart ache. Although he didn't want to let Zhang Xiaohua off, this was under the premise of ensuring Zhang Xiaohua's safety. If his brother got hurt because of this, Zhang Xiaohu would be the first to disagree. Just as he was thinking, he heard Zhang Xiaohua say to herself, as expected, "It's not enough." Finished speaking, she fed the stone ox another bone-solidifying pill. She closed her eyes again and sent the new medicinal effect to the remaining joints. 2 meals passed in the blink of an eye, but Zhang Xiaohua still didn't open her eyes. It could be seen that the stone ox's injuries were serious. Seeing the bean-sized beads of sweat dripping from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from outside the thatched hut. "Where's the stone ox? Where did the stone ox go? Didn't someone say they were looking for me? Where did that person go?" Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. Isn't that Lu Qingyang, one of the 6 misty tigers who has always been known for his recklessness? Why did he come at this time? Don't you think it's a coincidence that he came a little late? Presumably, Xiaohua has already finished and there's no risk of qi deviation. Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, there's still some time before she's finished. But if Zhang Xiaohu went out now and stopped Lu Qingyang, wouldn't that mean that he wasn't the one who cured the stone ox? But if he didn't stop him, wouldn't he be watching Lu Qingyang barge in and disturb Zhang Xiaohua? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have heard the shouting outside and her brows were slightly wrinkled. Zhang Xiaohu was even more anxious. He quickly walked to the door of the thatched hut and took a stance. Although the person who came was the Grand Master of the Misty School, the person inside the hut was his own brother. Zhang Xiaohu would rather offend Lu Qingyang than let his brother go crazy because of him. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu cared too much about his brother. Zhang Xiaohua was definitely not as serious as he imagined at this time. He just felt that this Lu Qingyang was so loud that it was really uncivilized. However, this was also the time to test whether Li Jian of the Misty School cared about Zhang Xiaohu. If Li Jian allowed Lu Qingyang to barge in and cause trouble, needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua might just leave. After all, respect was mutual. If you didn't respect me at all, why would I waste money to give you the elixir for free? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu unconsciously clenched his fist. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 790. Sure enough, before Lu Qingyang could approach, a cold snort was heard. Junior brother, what are you doing? What am I doing? Looking for Shernyo. Lu Qingyang seemed to be still drunk. I heard that Shernyo was pushed into the meeting hall. I haven't had enough wine yet. Of course, I'm looking for him to drink. Although he couldn't see Li Jian's expression, from Li Jian's tone, he could hear a kind of concern, anger, and regret. Junior brother, if there's nothing else, it's better to strengthen your strength and focus more on martial arts. No matter how much you drink, it will only harm your body, and, second senior, you didn't say it for 1 or 2 years. Do you think it's useful? I listened to you earlier, but what happened in the end? What else can I do but lie on this recliner? I can't even stand up. What martial arts can I practice? Second senior, you all practice internal strength. You don't know the pain we have to go through. Your dantian is broken, so you may be able to move like a normal person. But what about us? How do you know the techniques of those dead experts at Lingering Fragrance Peak? My joints are all crushed. It's impossible for me to move even if I want to. Seeing that Li Jian was silent, Lu Qingyang continued, I know that second senior brother is also frustrated, and there are many things that I haven't told you. These disciples of mine have all been crushed. Their lives are difficult, and they are better off dead than alive. Li Jian sighed. Fifth junior, do you think I don't know? Although I manage the disciples who practice internal strength, how can I not know your pain? It's just that. Speaking of this, Li Jian let out a long breath and continued, so, you and Shernyo drinking too much, I basically don't care. Hearing the 2 words, Shernyo, Lu Qingyang shouted again, right, where is Shernyo? Wasn't he called over? Where did he go? Speaking of the stone cow's whereabouts, Li Jian's expression was strange. Although he did not trust Zhang Xiaohu very much, the stone cow and Zhou Mufeng had been in the cottage for a long time without any movement. If the situation was not right, they should have made some noise long ago. However, even if there were some problems, he had already promised Zhang Xiaohu to try. Of course, there was no reason for Lu Qingyang to disturb him. Thinking up to this point, Li Jian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this cheap direct disciple, really has a solution. Unknowingly, Li Jian's tone became a little faster. His tone was also different from before. He smiled and said, I still need to tell you about today's matter in detail. Don't be noisy. Stay here and wait first. It's almost time. Wait for a meal's time. Perhaps. I will let you witness a miracle. Miracle? Lu Qingyang couldn't help but laugh. Second senior brother, I'm not a child anymore. You're trying to fool me with that so-called miracle. If you let the stone ox walk 2 steps in front of me, not waiting for Lu Qingyang to finish, Li Jian mysteriously said, Fifth brother, as the ancients say, everything is possible. What you think may not be impossible. What? Hearing this, Lu Qingyang woke up from his drunken stupor and said excitedly, Second brother, are you telling the truth? Li Jian smiled and didn't say anything. He turned his head and said, Little Chu, you go down first. Don't tell anyone what you just said. A voice was heard, this disciple understands. After a long while, the surroundings quieted down. Lu Qingyang asked again, Second senior brother, what's going on? Could it be that the Lingering Fragrance Peak's godly doctor came? I heard from the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak that they have a godly doctor who can heal our joints. Don't listen to the nonsense of those little bastards. I asked clearly that day. After your joints are crushed, they can't be healed. Those godly doctors can only let you walk with crutches. Even ordinary people can't compare. Rather than that, it's better to be paralyzed first and preserve your reputation. Our Dantian has been exposed. Their so-called godly doctors are simply helpless. They want to use this to tempt us to surrender. It's too easy for them. Then where did second brother get this miracle? Lu Qingyang was quite puzzled. Shu Li Jian seemed to put a finger to his mouth, indicating Lu Qingyang to calm down. But how could Lu Qingyang hold back? After a while, he couldn't help but whisper, Second brother, what are you doing? If you have something to say, can't you say it clearly? Li Jian glanced at Lu Qingyang and said, Words can be said clearly, but this wine can't be drunk anymore. Lu Qingyang shook his head, Second brother, you also know that I'm addicted to wine. I can't be without wine every day. How about this, if you can really cure me, I'll be like before every day. This is what you said. I didn't force you. Don't take it seriously. Don't, second brother. I, old fifth Lu, have never said this before. Since I've said it today, I naturally have to keep my promise. Lu Qingyang argued. Zhang Xiaohu was about to continue listening when he heard a voice next to him, Second brother, this Grandmaster Lu is quite interesting. Zhang Xiaohu was delighted. He turned around and said, Xiaohua, are you done? Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who was standing next to him? She also pricked up her ears to listen to the conversation between the 2 Misty School's grandmasters outside. And, it's all done. This stone ox is really hard to cure. It's probably related to the external cultivation method he cultivates. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. It's estimated that it took about the same time as Captain He to recover. Then, she clapped her hands again and said, Second brother, I've finished my business, so I'll go back first. Oh, by the way, there aren't many meridian nourishing pills left. It can't heal a few disciples. However, I think your Grandmaster Li also wants to see the effect of Marshal Uncle Zhou's recovery for the time being, so he won't look for you for the time being. Take a look at the time. I have to wait until Miss O is cured before I can find time to refine pills for them. Zhang Xiaohu asked anxiously, Xiaohua, your body is fine, right? Even if you want to save them, you can't ruin your body. Zhang Xiaohua patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder and said, "Second brother, don't worry. I'm just a little tired just now. It's not a problem. I'll go back and sleep." "Okay, I'm leaving. You deal with these two grandmasters." After that, she didn't forget to say, "By the way, I've just unsealed the stone ox and the other's acupoints. You should mend them a few more times. Don't miss any flaws." Then, without hiding from Zhang Xiaohu, she made a hand seal and magically disappeared in front of Zhang Xiaohu. Wow, Zhang Xiaohu was completely petrified. He really didn't expect that this little guy who had been following behind his butt since childhood could actually disappear like the immortals in the legends. How was this still some qigong? It was still some ethereal steps. That's right, that day in the Blood Wolf Pack, it definitely wasn't some ethereal steps. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses. He was really a little slow. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the two people lying quietly on the hay. Following the instructions, he opened the door of the thatched hut. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were talking. When they heard the door open, Li Jian's face immediately showed an inquiring expression. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. Lu Qingyang said in a rough voice, "Hey, who is this kid?" Zhang Xiaohu walked forward with a smile and saluted. "Disciple Zhang Xiaohu is Wen Wenhai's disciple. I pay my respects to Grandmaster Lu." "Ah, hi. When did this kid take in a disciple? Why did he take in such an old disciple? Is he crazy?" Zhang Xiaohu was sweating profusely. "Ancestor Lu, it's fine if I'm old, but you don't have to criticize me like this. To think that I was still thinking about treating your joints." Li Jian hurriedly scolded, "Fifth brother, this Zhang Xiaohu is our Misty School's official disciple. He was taken in at Misty Peak. Don't you remember? You even went to eat his apprenticeship wine. Is that so?" Lu Qingyang scratched his head strenuously and said, "How can I not remember? It seems that I drank a lot at Misty Peak." "Oh, I remember. Yes, it's you. I scolded Ah Hai so much at that time. Why didn't he pick a good Eagle Hall disciple? Why did he pick you, an ordinary one?" This time, Li Jian was also sweating. He hurriedly stopped him. Little Tiger, Stone Cow, and Zhou Mufeng, the two of them, in fact, when he saw the smile on Zhang Xiaohu's face just now, Li Jian's heart was mostly relieved. However, if he didn't get Zhang Xiaohu's affirmation, he couldn't be at ease. Therefore, he immediately changed his address to Little Tiger. Unfortunately, before Zhang Xiaohu could speak, Lu Qingyang interrupted again. "What? Stone Cow is given to this kid to treat? Second brother, are you crazy?" Li Jian finally couldn't bear it and said angrily, "Fifth brother, shut up. Listen to what Little Tiger says. He has already cured a disciple of the medicine hall in Misty Peak." At this time, Li Jian seemed to have forgotten his doubts just now. His trust was completely on Zhang Xiaohu's side. How is this possible? Lu Qingyang didn't hold back. Misty Peak is full of young disciples. Only a few of the official disciples have their martial arts crippled. Those disciples of the medicine hall who have their martial arts crippled are also here. Who is he going to treat? When Li Jian heard this, he came to a realization. Although Lu Qingyang's temperament was boorish, he was also meticulous. What he said made sense. Zhang Xiaohu naturally narrated He Tianqu's experience in a neither fast nor slow manner. This guy is indeed vicious and merciless. When Li Jian heard this, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Like I said, there is no good person in this lingering fragrance peak. Back then when I saw that sissy Zhongpei, I felt that he was somewhat educated and reasonable. Turns out, he has a vicious heart. How can Zhao Jian not turn bad after following such a person? It's a pity that he is still an innocent young man in our Misty School. When he came to Misty Peak, he became a pest. These are the crimes of the lingering fragrance cult, too many to list. Well, this old man was going to go overboard again. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly smiled, so, this disciple is also afraid that this method won't work. If something bad happens to my master or martial uncle, I won't be able to explain, so, little tiger, you're doing the right thing. Our Misty School's direct disciple, what kind of status is that? If you don't have 100% confidence, of course, you can't do it casually. Li Jian praised Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qingyang didn't pay much attention to them. He just sat on the recliner and looked at the half-closed wooden door. He raised his voice and said, "Where is Stone Cow?" If he was cured, there should have been some movement. Could it be that he was killed by you? Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "Don't worry, Grandmaster Lu. Martial Uncle Shi's acupoints have been sealed by me. He's resting inside." What? You actually sealed his acupoints? Not only was Lu Qingyang surprised, even Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a strange expression. Chapter 791. Seeing the expressions of the two grandmasters, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, not good, something must have gone wrong. Sure enough, Lu Qingyang sneered, "Xiaohu, my grand disciple, it's not that I'm underestimating your martial arts. When you entered the Misty School, I also attended your apprenticeship banquet. You've only practiced martial arts for a few years, yet you still dare to boast that you sealed your martial uncle Shi's acupuncture points. Do you know what martial arts your martial uncle practices?" Well, now he remembered that he went to their banquet. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohu knew that there was a problem. At that time, Xiaohua said that the stone cow's bones and tendons were much stronger than ordinary experts. Presumably, the martial arts they practice are different. What should I do? Li Jian also said suspiciously, "Your martial uncle Shi is practicing the external martial arts of the iron shirt. Although his weak point is broken and his joints are crushed, his acupoints have been refined for dozens of years. To be honest, without 10 or 20 years of internal energy cultivation, not to mention sealing his acupoints, even, Li Jian couldn't think of a good analogy." He just wanted to explain the difficulty of striking acupoints to Zhang Xiaohu, but at this point, he couldn't say anything. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to speak, he heard a voice that sounded like a golden bell ringing. Ouch, it hurts so much. Oh no. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he knew that his sealing of the acupuncture points was useless. Without greeting the two martial ancestors, he turned around and jumped into the thatched hut. When Li Jian pushed Lu Qingyang into the thatched hut, they saw Zhang Xiaohu clenching his fist and hitting the acupuncture points all over the stone cow's body again and again. Looking at the stone cow, its four limbs were constantly twitching. It wanted to move, but it couldn't. Beads of sweat were also dripping down the stone cow's body. What are you doing?" Li Jian left Lu Qingyang behind and quickly stepped forward. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly shouted, "Martial ancestor Li, quickly help me seal martial uncle Shi's acupoints. His joints have just been fixed. If he moves them carelessly, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Lu Qingyang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Isn't it just treating joints? Why is it so painful?" "Stone cow, you're afraid of pain too." Zhang Xiaohu raised his voice and said, "Grandmaster Lu, don't mock me. I had to recrush all the joints in martial uncle Shi's body before treating him. This pain is really too unbearable." "Ah." Lu Qingyang opened his mouth wide and said, "Good boy, Xiaohu, my grand disciple, your hands are really ruthless." Then, he shouted at the stone cow, Stone Cow, I'm watching you. If you're a man, then don't move. I want to see what kind of pain can make our Misty School's #1 tough guy cry out in pain. You don't say. Whether it was Zhang Xiaohu or Li Jian who wanted to press down on the stone cow's acupoints, the stone cow actually stopped moving with just a few words from Lu Qingyang. Yes, although the stone cow's hands and feet were still trembling slightly, and its teeth were still chattering, it didn't move anymore. Lu Qingyang proudly said, like I said, who is our stone cow? This little bit of pain is nothing. We don't even need to wipe away our tears to get through it. Old Willow, laugh all you want. You'll have to suffer this sooner or later. When the time comes, let me see you make a fool of yourself. The stone cow couldn't help but cry out. Of course, he had forgotten the seniority. I-oh. Hearing the stone cow's words, Li Jian's face was filled with joy. Needless to say, since the stone cow admitted that what Zhang Xiaohu did was effective, there was no reason for him to doubt it. Li Jian whispered, Stone Cow, tell your martial uncle, how do you feel? It hurts. It hurts like hell. The stone cow replied without hesitation. The 3 people in the room fainted. Needless to say, anyone who saw it knew. Li Jian patiently said, other than pain, what else do you feel? Like the joints, or the inside of your body? Yes, all the bones in my body are burning hot, especially the joints. It feels like there's a fire burning inside. It feels similar to when I took the bone-strengthening pill years ago. It's just that I can't practice martial arts now. Li Jian raised his eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohu muttered, bone-strengthening pill. What's that? What happened to Zhou Mufeng? His bones weren't crushed, right? Lu Qingyang finally noticed the other person lying on the ground. Li Jian also remembered and walked forward to take a look. He raised his head and said, Xiaohu, does it hurt to repair your dantian? When can Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point be unsealed? Repair his dantian. Lu Qingyang raised his head and said, Xiaohu, my good grand disciple, are you an immortal from the heavens? You can even do this kind of thing to recover inner strength. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I've embarrassed myself in front of the 2 martial ancestors. Actually, martial uncle Zhang's acupuncture point was only effective earlier. It doesn't matter if I unseal it now. It doesn't hurt to repair his dantian. After he finished speaking, he walked forward and unsealed Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point with his finger. This technique was learned by the direct disciples of the Misty School. After Zhou Mufeng's acupuncture point was unsealed, he saw Li Jian's enlarged face. He couldn't help but be startled. He immediately covered his chest with his hands and rolled back, Martial Uncle Li. Li Jian frowned and scolded, Zhou Mufeng, how do you feel now? I'm a little cold. Zhou Mufeng said without hesitation. Ha ha ha, Lu Qingyang laughed and said, Xiao Zhou, my second brother is asking you, how is your dantian repair? Oh, Zhou Mufeng came to his senses and muttered, Martial Uncle Lu, please don't blame me. I thought I was sleeping in my room. Then, he scratched his head and said worriedly, Martial Uncle Li, this disciple doesn't have any internal energy right now. I can't inspect my dantian. Why don't you take a look yourself? Li Jian glanced at him and said, Nonsense, do I need to ask you if I can inspect it? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Martial Ancestor Li, Martial Uncle Zhou's dantian repair is the same as Martial Uncle Shi's. It takes time. I estimate that it will take 20 to 30 days to see results. Even if he uses his internal energy to inspect it, he won't be able to see anything. So it's like this, Li Jian muttered. Lu Qingyang said loudly, it's only 30 days. It will pass after a few rounds of drinking. Isn't that easy? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and cupped his hands. Martial ancestors, this disciple came here for this important matter. I hope the two of you can keep it a secret. Martial uncles, other than Martial Uncle Shi who can't move, Martial Uncle Zhou has nothing to worry about. Well, this is all this disciple can do. It's getting late and I have to hurry back to the Misty Hall. If I stay too long, the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak may become suspicious. Xiaohu, you can't stay one more night, or... At this time, Li Jian didn't doubt this cheap disciple of his and only wanted him to do more. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Martial ancestor, this disciple obtained this heaven-defying ability by chance. The number of people I could treat in a day is limited. Even if you want this disciple to repair your dantian today, I don't have the ability. You should take a look at the situation of the two martial uncles first. Little Tiger, my good grand disciple, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stone Cow is already like this. Why don't you stay and drink with me? It'll be a welcome dinner for you. Lu Qingyang grinned. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, Martial ancestor Lu, this wine can be drunk, but how many disciples can it fill their stomachs? Lu Qingyang was furious and was about to scold him when Zhang Xiaohu turned to Li Jian and said, then this disciple will go back. Martial ancestors, you don't need to move. This disciple already knows the way here. It's not completely dark yet, so this disciple can find his way out. How can that be? You're a direct disciple of our Misty School. It's only right to send you out. Li Jian smiled and led Zhang Xiaohu out. He bumped into Martial Uncle Bai, who was on duty. Martial Uncle Bai frowned and asked, Martial Uncle Li, you didn't see Zhou Mufeng, did you? This kid just sent Martial Nephew Zhang here and didn't go back. He's not a lazy person, why? Ha ha ha. Li Jian patted Martial Uncle Bai's shoulder and said, don't look for him. Zhou Mufeng has been requisitioned by me. Now, I'll have to trouble you to send Zhang Xiaohu out of the villa. Yes, Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle Bai didn't dare to ask more. He bowed his head and said to Zhang Xiaohu, this way please, Martial Nephew Zhang. Zhang Xiaohu turned around and cupped his hands to Li Jian before leaving. Zhang Xiaohua applied the power of the bone-solidifying pill to the joints of the stone cow. After greeting Zhang Xiaohu, she made a gesture and directly left the Misty Mountain Villa. She came to the mountainside of the Shixin Peak. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to continue the Earth escape, but she had consumed too much of her genuine qi and couldn't support the Earth escape. Zhang Xiaohua drilled out of the ground and looked around. She found a pile of stones and hid behind it. She took out a primordial stone from her arms and began to absorb the primordial qi inside. At this time, the sky was getting dark. The mountain was facing the northwest. The afterglow of the setting sun shone over, blocking Zhang Xiaohua in the darkness. Zhang Xiaohua calmly absorbed the primordial qi. In the time it took to eat a meal, more than half of the genuine qi in her meridians had been replenished. However, half of the genuine qi flowed into the delusion breaker magic eye in her left hand, which made Zhang Xiaohua feel a burst of pain. In the past few years, the genuine qi of heaven and earth had gradually become denser. However, it was still not enough for Zhang Xiaohua to directly absorb the genuine qi from heaven and earth into her body. She could only rely on the primordial stone for her cultivation. Although the primordial stone was very durable, it was limited after all. Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to use the limited primordial stone for her cultivation. Using the precious primordial stone to feed the delusion breaker magic eye, which she didn't know the function of, was not Zhang Xiaohua's true intention. Therefore, when the genuine qi in her body was slightly sufficient, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and leave, she heard a burst of footsteps. Hey, is it second brother? Why did you come out so quickly? Won't Ethereal Heights stay for dinner? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely surprised. But when he released his divine sense, he saw two men walking towards him, one in front and one behind. Moreover, one of them looked slightly familiar. Chapter 792. The two men were both in their 20s and dressed in Misty Hall uniforms. The one in the front had a mustache and yellowish skin. He was taller than Zhang Xiaohu by half a head. The one behind him looked ordinary and disappeared in a crowd. However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled when she saw him. Wasn't he the one who peeped at Huanxi Villa on the top of Shixin Peak that day? The two of them didn't use their qin gong. They just walked step by step along the faintly discernible winding path towards the side of the mountain ridge. They didn't know why they were still here when it was almost dark. Zhang Xiaohua saw that they were disciples of Misty Hall and did not want to be seen by others. When she was about to make an incantation to escape, a sentence floated to her ear. "Senior Brother Ding, there is something, I don't know if I should say it." "What is it?" Senior Brother Ding was a little impatient. He snorted and said, "In addition to the matter that Zhang Xiaohu is going to be the chief disciple, what else can you be so hesitant about?" Zhang Xiaohua was secretly surprised. As the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. It's true. I was just randomly running away, and I still managed to meet second brother's competitor. My luck is really good. Let's see what kind of tricks this guy has up his sleeves. It'll be good to tell second brother about it. We don't bully others, but we can't be bullied by others. Damn. Zhang Xiaohua thought that she would not bully others. She had the nerve to think about it. Sure enough, the disciple behind laughed dryly and said, "It turns out that Senior Brother Ding has already known it. I also heard it from Junior Sister Yi at noon. Oh, look at me. Junior Sister Xiao has always admired Senior Brother Ding. She must have told you this news long ago." Senior Brother Ding still snorted coldly and did not stop walking forward slowly. The disciple was bored and carefully followed behind. After a while, as if he couldn't bear the loneliness, he coughed twice and said, "Senior Brother Ding, actually. I don't want to say this, but what qualifications does Zhang Xiaohu have to be the chief disciple? He started to practice martial arts at such an old age, and his kung fu is far inferior to Senior Brother Ding's. Oh, he is not as good as Senior Brother Du's. It's just that he was lucky and got the favor of Miss O, so he joined our Misty school. Moreover, Martial Uncle Wen accepted him because of Miss O, but in the end, he soared and became a direct disciple." Senior Brother Ding frowned slightly and said nothing. Seeing this, the disciple said again, "In fact, Senior Brother Ding, it's not a bad thing for Senior Brother Zhao, Senior Brother Du and you to come to Shixin Peak. You three are the leaders of our younger generation. Who doesn't know your names? The name of the three beauties of Misty Peak is faintly known by everyone." Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping, almost laughed out loud. She had just heard Zhang Xiaohu talk about the 6 tigers of Misty Peak the day before yesterday, and now she heard the nondescript 3 beauties of Misty Peak. Of course, she felt very funny. But this sentence was refreshing in Senior Brother Ding's ears. There was a slight complacency on his face, but there was still some unhappiness on his face, so he did not speak. The disciple was observant and knew that Senior Brother Ding was a little tempted, so he said, "Think about it, Senior Brother Ding. When we were in the Piamio Peak, although we were of the same seniority and disciples, what was the treatment of the lineal disciples? What kind of kung fu did they practice? What about us? We can't compare. You can achieve what you have today because of your own hard work and sweat. This is the reason why we, the disciples of Misty Hall, admire you." "Nonsense," Senior Brother Ding opened his mouth. "Junior Brother Fan, there are some things that cannot be said carelessly. Direct disciples naturally have the treatment of direct disciples. This is something that you and I knew when we first entered Misty School. Moreover, in our generation, Zhang Xiaohu is the only direct disciple. He was already old when he started practicing Kung Fu, so it is understandable that he has some special treatment. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu is equally hardworking. Didn't you see that he has only been practicing Kung Fu for a few years? You must have seen his improvement. After that, he looked at the setting sun and smiled bitterly. This world has always been unfair. If you only know how to ask the heavens for fairness, you can only blame the heavens and accuse others. You can't do anything, let alone practice the peerless martial arts that are revered by tens of thousands of people. Good. Junior brother Fan heard and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Senior brother Ding, do you know why I admire you? It is because you never admit defeat and never complain about injustice. You always fight for what you deserve with your own strength. Senior brother Ding was a little proud at first, but then he became indifferent. He waved his hand and said, I'm not a talented and intelligent person, and I don't have a proud background. What I rely on is only my own efforts and sweat. Sigh, but there is nothing to be proud of. What do you mean, Senior brother Ding? Junior brother Fan was puzzled. I know that although Senior brother Du is younger than Senior brother Ding, his achievements are not inferior to Senior brother Ding's. I don't see him working as hard as Senior brother Ding, so he must be a talented and intelligent person. Then who in the Misty Hall can compare with Senior brother Ding? Ha ha ha, Senior brother Ding laughed. Junior brother Fan, your vision is too narrow. Not to mention that the Misty Hall is only a hall of the fragrance cult, not to mention the Lingxiang Peak, there must be many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the disciples of the Wuming Hall. We used to be frogs in the well in the Misty Peak. Well, Senior brother Ding is right. I didn't expect that our vision cannot be limited to the Shixin Peak. It is good that Junior brother Fan has this idea. In fact, there are still many things in the Misty Hall that you don't know. Senior brother Ding changed the topic back to the Misty Hall and said happily, you only see that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple and enjoys different treatment from us ordinary disciples. But have you ever thought about how much pressure he has been under in the Shixin Peak these years? How does he feel in his heart? Don't forget that Senior brother Zhao Jian is a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Before he went to the Orchid Dusk refinement, he had been suppressing Zhang Xiaohu with the support of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. Moreover, you only see the halo of Zhang Xiaohu's direct disciple, but you don't see his extraordinary hard work. In fact, as early as in the Misty Peak, I have been paying attention to Zhang Xiaohu. After all, he is the only direct disciple. At that time, I was jealous, but he was not surprised by anything and practiced hard. He is not worse than me. When he went to the Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu did not care about the affairs of the Misty Hall. He was not dispirited because he was excluded. He just immersed himself in practicing. Junior brother Fan doesn't know about his progress in the past few years, but I know it clearly. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts now is not worse than Junior brother Fan's. What? How is that possible? Junior brother Fan was shocked. Although I am not as hardworking as Senior brother Ding, I have been practicing martial arts for more than 20 years. Zhang Xiaohu has only been practicing for 5 years. How can he catch up with me? Even if a genius like Senior brother Du is given 5 years, he may be comparable to me in terms of moves. But in terms of internal strength, he must be far behind me. Oh, by the way, Zhang Xiaohu got the cinnabar fruit in the Yulon Canyon. I forgot about it. Then, Junior brother Fan said jealously, this Zhang Xiaohu is so lucky. Hey, you can't think like that. Zhang Xiaohu risked his life to get the cinnabar fruit. Who knows how many senior brothers and junior brothers went with him, but they all died in the mouth of the wolves. There is nothing to be jealous about. Besides, didn't Chang'e and Chin Chin also take the cinnabar fruit? He is not the only one who is lucky. But... Junior brother Fan hesitated. Senior brother Ding, are you going to give up the position of the chief disciple to Zhang Xiaohu? Chief disciple. Senior brother Ding laughed. I'm afraid this is the title that the dead senior brother Zhao always wanted. He racked his brains and did not hesitate to use the lives of his fellow disciples as the price to get this title. What was the result? He ended up being cut into pieces. This empty title, even if Zhang Xiaohu gets it, what can he do? His martial arts are not good, and his ability is not good. How long do you think he can hold it? In fact, I'm not the only one who thinks so. I guess junior brother Du also thinks so. Then, if we let Zhang Xiaohu get this position now, it is obvious that he has the upper hand. It will be difficult for the two senior brothers to fight for it again. So what? In fact, Zhang Xiaohu's performance in the Yulan Dusk Refinement was really excellent. Not only did he bring back 4 carriages of spiritual herbs, but he also rescued 3 female disciples. Well, there were also the disciples of the Tuodan Hole. If I were there, I may not be able to do it. Although I am a little jealous of the Hall Master's reward, I am also convinced. Especially Zhang Xiaohu has won the favor of Lingering Fragrance Peak, so there is no need to talk about it. What can the Hall Master do? Maybe he wants to add fuel to the fire. Later, senior brother Ding took a long breath and said, I know what you want to say, but I have always been open and aboveboard. Zhang Xiaohu is my junior brother. Even if I want to compete with him for the position of the chief disciple, I have to use open and aboveboard means. I just want the Hall Master to give me and junior brother Du a fair chance. Let us prove ourselves with martial arts, so that we are qualified to sit in the position of the chief disciple. Behind him, junior brother Fan chuckled and said no more. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had some thoughts. She originally thought that these two people were talking about shady things in this remote place and were afraid that they would harm her second brother. However, after listening for a long time, she found that they were actually so open and aboveboard. They didn't want to use any dirty tricks and only wanted a fair chance. However, senior brother Ding is a little persistent. He just said that there is no absolute fairness in this world. How can there be a fair chance now? Zhang Xiaohua thought sympathetically, in the matter of the chief disciple, you no longer have a fair chance. Chapter 793. When it came to the fairness of competing for the position of chief disciple, it was true that all the favorable factors were leaning towards Zhang Xiaohu. Not to mention the support of Lingering Fragrance Peak, not to mention Yang Ruping's urging to stay, not to mention Zhang Xiaohu's identity as a direct disciple and the support of direct disciples such as Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yueming behind him. Just the strength of the thousands of Misty School disciples in Misty Mountain Villa after being treated by Zhang Xiaohu was absolutely not something that Ding Chao and Du Feng could compare with. And the martial arts that Ding Chao and Du Feng could rely on were even more impossible for Zhang Xiaohu to give them any fairness. Not to mention the Lingering Fragrance Peak Su Huan Pill and Su Huan Mantra. As long as these internal strength mantras were cultivated for 10 years, their future achievements would definitely not be something that the two of them could compare with. Now that Zhang Xiaohu was simultaneously cultivating the Misty Divine Technique and Su Huan Mantra, these two internal strength mantras with completely different attributes, the effect of cultivating the two together was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1. Its power was something that even Zhang Xiaohua and the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak could not recklessly guess. And, not to mention the qi-generating pill in Zhang Xiaohua's purse. From the beginning, this fairness did not exist. As for Zhang Xiaohua, she made a hand seal and directly used Earth Escape to return to the pill room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the pill room was still making some rumbling sounds as it methodically produced the pill. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe for a moment. She could still see the pill liquid and was slightly anxious in her heart. There was still some time before the pill was successfully produced and the pill was pulled out. According to Ou Yan's situation, she should be able to last until then. However, no one could guarantee that there would not be any other changes during this period. After casting a few hand seals into the pill furnace, Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and organized her thoughts a little. The most important thing now was Ou Yan's life. Next was the recovery of the thousands of people in Misty Mountain Villa's martial arts. Thinking about thousands of people, Zhang Xiaohua's head was about to explode. How long would this treatment take? Although there was a saying that, as long as you have the time, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, Zhang Xiaohua was also somewhat unwilling to waste a lot of time on this. Well, of course, saving people couldn't be called a waste of time. However, doing the same thing day after day was also extremely boring. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, "It seems that one pill furnace is not enough. The thousands of people need a lot of pills. It's better to prepare early. There is only one earth fire in this pill room. I have to find another place and preheat the other 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. After refining Ou Yan's awakening pill, I will start to refine the vein nourishing pill and bone congealing pill." Fortunately, this time I went deep into the Yulon Grand Canyon and collected a lot of spiritual herbs. Well, I can also take 30% of the pill benefits from the Misty Mountain Villa. Oh, this is bad. I previously said that I would give the pill to second brother. I have to find a time to go back on my words. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped again to find a new pill room. On the Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua was already somewhat familiar with the place. The places that she had been to before did not have any traces of a pill room. She only chose places that she had not been to before or places that had no traces to search. While she was searching, she heard the sound of swords and sabers. There should be very few people on this mountain peak. The disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa are all in the medicinal field below. Who would come here? Moreover, there is the sound of swords and sabers. Could it be that there's some kind of scheme happening again? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he rode the wind towards the source of the sound. Before she reached that place, she heard a voice, "Senior Du, your swordsmanship has improved greatly in a few days. This little brother is really not your opponent. I am ashamed. Then, Du Feng's voice sounded, "Junior Wang, I am really sorry. Did that move hurt you?" I almost got hurt. I don't blame Senior Du, it's just that these 2 days of swordsmanship have been very tiring. I am a little distracted. I have trouble, Junior Wang. Oh, here are a few blood replenishing pills. Please take them. That move just now might have hurt your flesh. It is better to take them early. It's okay. Junior Wang said and reached out to take the pills. Then, he said, "Senior Du, it is not early anymore. Let's go down the mountain early. I know that Senior Du is very hardworking in cultivation, but you have to strike a balance between work and rest. Don't make haste, slow down." Oh, I understand Junior Wang's meaning. Junior Wang has been practicing with me these few days. It must be very tiring. You should go back and rest first. I see that it is late at night and it is a good time to cultivate. I want to stay here for a while. This. Junior Wang thought for a while and hesitated. "Senior Du. I don't know if I should say something. But we are senior brothers. I still want to give you a piece of advice. Junior Wang, please speak." Du Feng said neither quickly nor slowly. "I know that a few days ago, I heard that Zhang Xiaohu is going to be the chief disciple. I am not convinced and want to surpass him in martial arts. But martial arts is only one of them. Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts are not as good as yours. What you are thinking is probably Senior Ding. But when two tigers fight, one must be injured. Then, won't Zhang Xiaohu be the fisherman who benefits? Alas! Du Feng sighed and looked at the night without saying a word. The three beauties of ethereal sect used to be led by Zhao Jian. Now, Zhang Xiaohu can't be ranked among them. Senior Du, you don't have to work so hard. You should know when to stop practicing martial arts. Seeing that Junior Wang still wanted to say something, Du Feng waved his hand and said, Junior Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but, alas, a person's life is short. What can I pursue? I still want to try my best to fight for it. Junior Wang nodded and cupped his hands to say goodbye. Du Feng waited until Junior Wang had walked far away before he turned around and walked to a slightly steep area. With a leap, he landed on a mountain rock. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the sea of clouds in the darkness. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he let out a long breath and sat down cross-legged. His eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. He was actually cultivating his Nigong. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Du Feng for a while and felt touched. Du Feng was the most talkative disciple she met on Shixin Peak. From the way he treated people and the way he handled things, she had a good impression of him. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much about it, but now that she thought about the words she heard in the ethereal hall, how could she not know that Du Feng was also one of the most outstanding people on Shixin Peak? It could be said that even her second brother Zhang Xiaohu couldn't compare with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be favored by Aunt Qin and be asked to coordinate the affairs of the ethereal hall and the pill-expanding hall. As for martial arts, there was no need to mention it. The name, Three Beauties of Ethereal Hall, was not for nothing. Of course, Du Feng would have some thoughts about the title of the chief disciple. Thinking about it, the Shixin Peak was originally dominated by Zhao Jian, but after Zhao Jian was killed, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly rose up. Except for martial arts, he was better than Du Feng and Ding Chao in all other aspects. In other aspects, these two people couldn't rely on their own strength to equalize in a short time. So, they could only rely on Zhang Xiaohu's obvious shortcomings. Pursuit. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously thought of Du Feng's words just now, life is only a few decades, but this is the pursuit. Yes, second brother's pursuit is to revitalize the Misty School. Du Feng and Ding Chao's pursuit is to surpass each other and become the top figure in the ethereal hall. What about me? Where is my pursuit? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for a moment. Zhang Xiaohu's pursuit, Du Feng's pursuit and Ding Chao's pursuit were not worth mentioning in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Indeed, as long as he took out the qi-generating pill or the meridian's nourishing pill and gave one to Du Feng and Ding Chao, with their many years of experience in martial arts, it would only take a night's effort to surpass all the disciples of the ethereal hall and become the top figure. Even if it was a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu to pursue, but from the current situation, under the influence of Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu was following the plan in his heart step by step and realizing it bit by bit. He could help others realize their pursuit in life, but who could help him realize his own pursuit? However, even if there was someone who could help him realize it, where was his pursuit? In fact, as early as when Zhang Xiaohua stepped into the path of immortality, and even when he was in the oneness of heaven and man, he had occasionally thought about these things. However, he had never thought about it in detail because he was worried about Zhang Xiaohu's safety and worried about his parents at home. He was still far away from making such a decision. Now, he had found Zhang Xiaohu and everything was fine at home. Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to have any goal to pursue in front of him. Moreover, in this dark night, when he heard Du Feng's voice, he could not help but feel the same and fell into deep thought. Just as Zhang Xiaohua stood behind the tree, frowning and thinking carefully, Du Feng, who was sitting on a protruding rock not far away, had a change. Du Feng's clothes fluttered in the mountain wind from time to time. Above his head, there was a faint white gas that rose to the sky. However, before it could take shape, it was blown away by the mountain wind. His hair that was scattered in the air swept past his red and white face, as if he was preparing to break through. Du Feng's expression kept changing. The white mist on top of his head scattered and gathered, but it still couldn't take shape. Not long after, bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his temples, which were then blown dry by the mountain wind. All of a sudden, Du Feng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He lowered his head and looked at the distant lights at the foot of the mountain. He clenched his teeth, and his cheeks swelled up. Soon after, he closed his eyes again, and the expression on his face became even more solemn. The color of his face also changed even more rapidly. Following which, the white chi above his head actually began to slowly condense. Although it was not as thick and straight as Zhang Xiaohu's in the Yulon Grand Canyon, it had already begun to condense. At this moment, Du Feng, who had his eyes closed, had a hint of joy on his face. He must have worked hard for many days and actually had a breakthrough today. Unfortunately, just as the white gas condensed, a strong mountain wind blew from above the clouds with a hoot sound, blowing the white gas away. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 794. With a pu sound, Du Feng spat out a mouthful of blood against the wind. As soon as the blood was spat out, it was blown back by the strong wind and covered Du Feng's face. Even the front of his shirt was stained with blood. Following which, his hands and feet went soft. The internal energy that was rushing through his meridians was now like a headless fly, directly running amok in his meridians. "Io, what's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about her own goals and did not notice Du Feng's situation. When she was alerted by the sound of Du Feng vomiting blood and looked up, Du Feng had already shriveled up on the mountain rock, almost without any signs of life. Qi deviation. With a glance, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that Du Feng must have tried to force his internal energy to break through but failed. Instead, it caused the internal energy to backfire and caused Qi deviation. And the legendary Qi deviation. Zhang Xiaohua had always been talking about it. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. In her mind, there was no thought of saving or not saving Du Feng. She immediately pulled herself out from behind the tree and rode the wind to the mountain rock where Du Feng was. At this time, Du Feng was already unconscious. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of exposing her identity. She placed a finger and a strand of true energy flowed into Du Feng's meridians. Although Zhang Xiaohua had rushed over the moment he saw that Du Feng had gone berserk, Du Feng's meridians had already turned into a mess in the span of a few breaths. Not to mention the internal energy that had gone out of control, most of Du Feng's meridians had been torn apart by the internal energy. It was not an exaggeration to say that Du Feng's meridians were riddled with holes. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know what kind of internal energy Du Feng practiced, she had previously repaired the meridians of Zhang Xiaohu and He Tianshu. Thus, she was not unfamiliar with the internal energy cultivation method of the Misty School. With a few more strands of true energy, she easily gathered the internal energy that was crazily flowing through Du Feng's meridians. Even the scattered internal energy that was scattered into the air was gathered into the dantian. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and placed a meridian nourishing pill into Du Feng's mouth. Just when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her true energy to wrap around the meridian nourishing pill and help Du Feng repair his meridians, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, previously, when I repaired his dantian and meridians, I was the one who sent the medicinal energy to the damaged areas. This effect is naturally excellent. However, there are thousands of people in the Misty Mountain Villa. If I have to treat them one by one, it won't be a problem. If I give the meridian nourishing pill to Du Feng without my true energy interfering, I wonder how effective it will be. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat behind Du Feng and placed a finger on his arm. She used her true energy to feel the effects of the meridian nourishing pill while her true energy did not interfere. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that even if her true energy did not interfere with the medicinal energy of the meridian nourishing pill, the medicinal energy still flowed along Du Feng's meridians. When it reached the damaged areas of his meridians, some of the medicinal energy remained and repaired them. However, the amount of medicinal energy was random and was not as precise as Zhang Xiaohua's true energy. After one cycle, the medicinal energy of the meridian nourishing pill had been used up by more than half. The remaining medicinal energy no longer flowed into his meridians and remained in his dantian. Seeing this effect, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, it seems that as long as Du Feng consumes the meridian nourishing pill, whether or not my true energy helps to refine the medicinal energy will repair the damaged areas of his meridians or dantian. If the meridian nourishing pill is like this, then the bone congealing pill should be the same. It seems that in the future, I only need to pass the pills to second brother and I don't need to do it myself. Just as she was thinking, she felt Du Feng's body move as if he was about to wake up. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and slapped the acupuncture point on his back to wake him up. She said in a hoarse voice, "Brat, hurry up and circulate your qi. This old man will give you a hand." Du Feng woke up in a daze. Before he could check the condition of his meridians, he was startled by a voice behind him, "Senior, who are you?" "Nonsense. If you don't circulate your qi, this old man will leave." Zhang Xiaohua was rather impatient. To be honest, this person was Zhang Xiaohu's competitor. Even though it was her duty to help, she still felt a little awkward. When Du Feng heard this, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He immediately gathered the inner strength in his dantian and channeled it along the meridians that he used to cultivate. It went straight to the acupoint that he had failed to break through previously. Just as Du Feng's inner qi rushed to the acupuncture point, he felt a small and unstoppable inner qi appear out of thin air. It supported his inner qi and forcefully broke through the acupuncture point that he thought was unbreakable. Du Feng only felt a rumbling sound in his ears. Soon after, his mind felt incomparably comfortable. His inner qi rushed into a whole new world. Success. I finally succeeded. This was the only thought in Du Feng's mind. I've been trying to break through for 3 years. Just a moment ago, I almost went crazy. I actually managed to break through with the help of a strand of inner qi from this person. Did the heavens specially arrange for someone to help me because they saw how hard I was cultivating? At this time, the rough voice sounded again, "Kid, I have already helped you repair your meridians. In the future, don't be so reckless. There is still some medicinal power in your dantian. You can slowly refine it. It will be helpful for your cultivation." Du Feng didn't dare to look back. He was afraid of offending the senior expert. He could only respectfully say, "I know. I will definitely remember senior's kindness. I just don't know senior's name. Please enlighten me." However, no matter how Du Feng spoke, he couldn't hear the voice behind him. When Du Feng mustered up his courage to look back, he saw that there was no one behind him. Du Feng looked at the barren mountain rocks behind him and then looked at the path he came from. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What kind of qigong is this? It actually didn't make any sound at all. Could it be the inner elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak? But why would the elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak come to Shershin Peak? Why would he give me, a disciple of Misty School, a favor out of nowhere? Du Feng didn't dare to think anymore. He just stood up and respectfully knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 9 times and said loudly, "I am Du Feng of Misty School. I don't know Senior's name. Once again, I thank Senior for saving my life." At this time, he heard a voice at the foot of the mountain, Senior Du, where are you?" It was the voice of a woman. When Du Feng heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his voice and said, "Junior Sisterly, I am here." After saying that, his body rose up. Du Feng's body tilted in the air and barely landed on the ground. Du Feng said, "Oh, this. How did my internal strength increase so much? My Qigong is also much more powerful." Following which, he easily flew over. After a few leaps, he directly headed in the direction of Junior Sisterly. Not long after, a faint voice could be heard. "Senior Brother Du, it's already so late. Don't be so hard on yourself." Before the voice finished speaking, Du Feng said, "I know, Junior Sisterly." "Do you know?" Then, Junior Sisterly's surprised voice was heard again. Senior Du, congratulations on entering." Her voice was getting lower and lower. On the high mountain, Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands behind her back. Her face was full of smiles, as if she didn't regret that she had helped her second brother to have a strong competitor. The ancient said, "Mutton stewed noodles, mapo tofu, the matters between men and women. Nothing in the world should be like this. Second brother has Chang'e, Du Feng also has Junior Sisterly, and that senior brother Ding also seems to have Junior Sisterly with a face full of pimples. But what about my dream? Where is she?" Seeing Du Feng and Junior Sisterly leaving hand in hand, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the dream again. The girl he couldn't forget. The blush on her forehead, the big dimples on her face, and the mole on her chin. Everything was engraved in his mind and didn't seem to be destroyed by time after not seeing each other for several years. But, what about Nie Xiaoyu? Is she okay? For a moment, another face seemed to appear in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Is this my pursuit? In the strong mountain wind, Zhang Xiaohua stood straight. There was no moonlight tonight, and the dark night covered everything. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was not in the darkness, and no one could see him. Although the wind was strong, it couldn't blow Zhang Xiaohua in the slightest. There were not many things in the world of mortals, but they drowned Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. Pursuit was a very simple yet complicated question, but it actually stumped this cultivator of the immortal path. After a long time, the mountain wind didn't calm down like usual. Instead, it became more and more violent, blowing away trees and sand. On the top of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was still as straight as a nail, standing still. His eyes were closed, and his brows were slightly furrowed. There was only one word in his mind: pursuit. Yes, life was only a few decades. What did Zhang Xiaohua want to pursue? The night gradually deepened. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't move, and the wind was still raging. The sky was dark, and the clouds were dense, pressing down low. But strangely, there was no thunder or lightning. Not long after, bean-sized raindrops began to drip down. After a few breaths of time, the heavy rain began to pour down. The bright raindrops seemed to connect the sky and the earth. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard between the heavens and the earth. In the rain, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be awake. He was still frowning, deep in thought. However, as Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts deepened, his figure began to blur. First, the strong mountain wind blew his robe, and then slowly, with the wind, the robe gradually became blurry, and then gradually became still. When the rarely seen rain fell in Chuanxiang cult, Zhang Xiaohua's figure became even more faintly discernible. When the raindrops fell on Zhang Xiaohua's body, there was almost no cover. But in the next moment, his figure appeared in the same place again. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared and disappeared faintly. She stood with her hands behind her back like a god, standing on the top of Shixin Peak and enduring the baptism of the rainstorm. Chapter 795. After the moonlit night, it was a clear blue sky. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the top of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua's almost invisible figure, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly opened, and his figure immediately became clear. However, this clarity was different from last night's clarity. This was a kind of existence that was either heavy or elegant. Zhang Xiaohua first habitually opened his mouth to suck in a little of the sun's true essence, and then cast his eyes to the sky where cyan, black, and white intertwined. The countless stars that had not yet faded immediately touched Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua laughed as if he had been enlightened. Pursuit, what is pursuit? Some people pursue fame, some pursue wealth, some pursue freedom, and some pursue morality. Martial artists pursue the peak of martial arts, and those who practice the way of immortality naturally pursue the peak of the way of immortality. What do I pursue? The ready-made thing is in front of me, but I ignore it. I really turn a blind eye to it. The way of heaven, of course it is the way of heaven. Only the way of heaven is the goal I pursue. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua gathered the results of his pondering last night into a single word, heavenly way. That mysterious, obscure, secretive, and seemingly unfathomable heavenly way, which seemed to be traceable and without reference, was deeply engraved in Zhang Xiaohua's heart like a starry sky. Wasn't that the heavenly way that Zhang Xiaohua could strive for the rest of his life? Thinking of the way of heaven that he comprehended a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously pursed his lips and smiled. The way of heaven is ethereal and untraceable. If I want to comprehend the way of heaven, it must be my way of heaven. Today's realm is only the realm of heaven, but there are also realm of heaven glimpse, realm of heaven reflection, realm of heaven battle, realm of heaven union, and realm of heaven victory. However, how can an ordinary person like me use my whole life to explore these countless ways of heaven? Now I'm actually looking for something to pursue, just like an ant looking at a watermelon and wanting to eat it all one day. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the ant called Zhang Xiaohua wanted to laugh. Then he rubbed his thumb and index finger, and with a snap of his fingers, he straightened his body and went straight down the mountain. Nonsense, after spending the whole night in this cave, drinking the northwest wind and taking a cold bath, he still needed to take care of the awakening pill in the cave. That was the only hope to save Miss O. However, Zhang Xiaohua's wind and rain were not in vain. At least his heart towards the way of heaven was firmer. Last night's contemplation was not only a tempering of his state of mind, but also a comprehension of the way of heaven. It would also have a great impact on his future path of cultivation. Back to Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy room, his heart was a lot more relaxed. He seemed to have understood that in the short span of a few decades in this world, one would not necessarily have wind and rain as one wished. Everyone would inevitably have some setbacks and hardships. Oh Yan's encounter was also an unavoidable hardship in her life. Even if she could recover safely with his help this time, no one could guarantee that Oh Yan would live a peaceful life in the future. Therefore, he only needed to do his best to help her and let her safely get through the difficulties. Knowing one's destiny and doing one's best was probably the same principle. Fortunately, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense easily penetrated into the alchemy furnace, he saw that the outer layer of the elixir liquid gradually had the vague appearance of an innate formation. He could not help but be delighted. Following that, he inserted a few hand seals. Zhang Xiaohua also discovered that after last night's contemplation, the execution of the incantation today was much smoother. It seemed that the amount of qi consumed was also less. Could it be that thinking in the rain is so awesome? Zhang Xiaohua was again considering whether he would have to sleep outside tonight. Alas, a child without parents is freedom. Since the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was about to finish its elixir production, Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not dare to cause any more trouble. He simply stayed in front of the alchemy furnace and looked at the furnace while comprehending the way of heaven and the formation. When he tried to slightly put down the talisman some time ago, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the rabbit talisman, which he could not completely comprehend for a long time, could now continue to advance. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and had a new idea for cultivation. Since his left hand had the delusion breaker magic eye that could devour qi and divine sense, then cultivating the carefree heart sutra and spirit traction would only take twice the effort with half the effort. On the contrary, it would be more practical to comprehend the formation and the way of heaven. These were not affected by the delusion breaker magic eye. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua was unusually free and unfettered in the alchemy room. He comprehended the remaining dozens of talismans of the rabbit talisman one by one. Every time he comprehended one, there would be a new harvest. Zhang Xiaohua, who was happy even if there was no harvest, scratched his ears and cheeks, as if he was scratching an itch. Taking advantage of the free time of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua found a new alchemy room near the top of the mountain. Of course, this alchemy room was not hidden in the mountain, but used by the disciples of the pill department of the pill expanding hall. There was a passage leading to the outside, but the incense cult abandoned this alchemy room in order to forbid the disciples of the Mishti Hall to refine elixirs. Not only the alchemy furnace was taken away, but the mechanism of the earth fire was also destroyed. But how could Zhang Xiaohua use their mechanism? Once the spell was cast, the earth fire immediately began to burn fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua did not delay and immediately took out the newly obtained 8 trigrams purple gold furnace from his money pouch and let it warm up in the earth fire. When he came out, he casually destroyed the passage leading to the alchemy room. Since the disciples of the incense cult were the ones who destroyed it, he could just blame it on them. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was immersed in his Naiwen palace, carefully opening up the rabbit talisman to comprehend it. Suddenly, his nose caught a whiff of a medicinal fragrance, which disappeared in an instant. He actually succeeded in producing the elixir. Zhang Xiaohua quivered and stood up from the praying mat. He released his divine sense and looked inside the alchemy furnace. Sure enough, wherever his divine sense went, he was gradually unable to see the situation within the pill elixir. There was originally a rich medicinal fragrance within the pill furnace, but after being dispersed for a moment, it had already been restrained. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He immediately formed a series of hand seals and inserted them into the pill elixir. Immediately, the true energy in his meridians rushed out like a flood and directly rushed into the surface of the huge pill elixir. Zhang Xiaohua was already prepared for this situation. On one hand, he took out the primordial stones that he had prepared beforehand. On the other hand, he carefully controlled the flow of true energy, trying his best to send all of his true energy into the elixir to avoid wastage. Fortunately, after a few days of deep understanding of the heavenly Tao, Zhang Xiaohua's control of true energy had improved tremendously. Although the amount of true energy required to produce the elixir was enormous, he could barely control it. He spent all of his true energy on producing the elixir, unlike in the past where he used all of his true energy to produce the elixir. A portion of his true energy was used to produce the elixir, but most of it was consumed in the gaps of the alchemy furnace. Seeing that he only had half of his true energy left, he was able to support himself until the end of producing the elixir. Furthermore, he did not need to absorb the energy from the primordial stones. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. It seemed that the direction of his cultivation was correct. That night of wind and rain was also correct. Not long after, the pill elixir turned into a pill. It was a huge sphere that was slowly rotating. Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a dignified expression. He had been refining the elixir for such a long time. Wasn't he waiting for this moment to produce the elixir? He took a deep breath. Holding the primordial stones in his left hand, he did not take them back. His right hand, however, formed a hand seal to produce the elixir. He condensed his true energy and with a wave of his finger, he sent it into the elixir. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was far more nervous than any other time he had refined the elixir before. He was afraid that if he sent the hand seal in, there would be a mistake and he would not be able to produce the awakening elixir. As the hand seal was sent in, the spherical elixir shook for a while. Then, he heard a soft, puff sound. A golden, thumb-sized elixir jumped out from the inside and quietly floated in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Good. Zhang Xiaohua was not only happy for himself, but he also let out a big sigh of relief. With this elixir, Zhang Xiaohua could be at ease. Oh Yan's life could be considered to be saved. Zhang Xiaohua's performance was the next step of pulling the elixir. Without any pressure, Zhang Xiaohua displayed the elixir pulling hand seal to his heart's content. He delicately controlled the true energy in the hand seal and pulled out the awakening elixir from the elixir. It was unknown whether it was the improvement of Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy technique, the improvement of his true energy control, or the fact that he had prepared enough medicinal herbs. In this furnace of elixir, Zhang Xiaohua pulled out a total of 27 awakening elixirs. An unprecedented 27 awakening elixirs. Not only did it break Zhang Xiaohua's knowledge of 9 awakening elixirs, but it also broke his previous record of 18 awakening elixirs. As the 27 awakening elixirs were pulled out, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the last bit of elixir liquid, and he inserted the last hand seal. Just like before, there was a walala sound. Another 8 or 9 awakening elixirs the size of soybeans were formed at once. This was the byproduct of refining the awakening elixir. It seemed to be 70% similar to the awakening elixir on Lingxiang Peak. These 27 awakening elixirs were divided into 9 jade bottles, and 9 awakening elixirs were also put into 3 jade bottles. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to extinguish the earth fire. He still let the earth fire warm the elixir furnace. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. Although it was his first time refining the awakening elixir, the amount of medicinal herbs he put in was roughly the same as when he refined the bone solidifying elixir, blood replenishing elixir, and so on. In the past, he could only refine 18 awakening elixirs. Now, he could produce 9 more awakening elixirs. In other words, his alchemy level had improved. He had improved his proficiency in controlling the elixir furnace, his control of the hand seal, and his control of true energy. Then, with the improvement of his cultivation, would he be able to pull out more awakening elixirs with the same medicinal herbs? 36. 45. Or 56. 63. 72. Or even 81. When he thought about how he could refine 81 awakening elixirs with the same set of medicinal herbs, other people could only refine 9 awakening elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua's saliva was about to flow out. Not to mention that these awakening elixirs were his own and could be sold for a lot of money. Even if he helped others refine awakening elixirs, wouldn't he also lose 80% of the awakening elixirs? Chapter 796. After finishing his daydream, Zhang Xiaohua licked his dry lips, formed an incantation gesture, and left the alchemy room. Looking at the sun that was slightly to the west, Zhang Xiaohua used the wind-riding technique and flew to the back of Shixin Peak. When he was close to Huanxi Manor, he twisted his body and used earth escape to enter the mountain. In Oyan's room, Qiu Tong was the only one who was anxiously pacing around. She paced from one end of the room to the other and back again. In the beginning, she would occasionally look at the door, but as time passed, she couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Her gaze landed on Oyan, who was lying on the bed with a grayish-black face. At this moment, Oyan had become even skinnier. After not seeing her for a few days, her entire face was like a piece of skin. Her unmoving hands that were placed in front of her chest were as thin as chicken claws. She no longer had the charm she had before. Perhaps the best description of Oyan was her fair skin and white bones. When Qiu Tong saw Oyan's appearance, her heart ached so much that she started crying. However, her tears hung on her face as she walked around the room unconsciously. Elder Yu was also listlessly sitting on a chair in the outer room. His eyes were also glancing at the door, and from time to time, a ruthless glint flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of Elder Yu. Elder Yu ignored it and continued to stare blankly. Elder Yu. Why are you? When the shadow spoke, Elder Yu finally regained his senses. Wasn't this the person he had been waiting for several days, Zhang Xiaohua? Elder Yu stomped his feet and took a few steps towards the door. He wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck. How could Zhang Xiaohua allow him to grab her? She raised her hand and easily grabbed Elder Yu's wrist. She asked in confusion, Elder Yu, are you sleepwalking? Zhang Xiaohua. When Qiu Tong heard the commotion outside, she realized that her savior had arrived. She quickly ran out and shouted, Why are you only here now? Where have you been for the past few days? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the surprised and flustered Qiu Tong and said with a smile, Big sister Qiu Tong, I went to find the antidote for the young miss. Bah! Elder Yu, whose hand was being held by Zhang Xiaohua, couldn't break free no matter how many times he tried. His embarrassment turned into anger as he spat on the ground. Previously, he came to see young miss every day, but in the last few days, he probably doesn't dare to show his face anymore. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He had been thinking about refining the spirit awakening pill for the past few days. He really felt that it was useless to come and see Oyan every day. It was better to concentrate on guarding the pill furnace. Now that he thought about it, his actions might make people misunderstand and think that he was running away. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua loosened her grip and said apologetically, So that's what Elder Yu thinks. Then I've really wronged this little one. This little one has been racking her brains these past few days to obtain the medicinal pill that can save Mississippi really. Elder Yu wasn't the only one who was surprised. Qiu Tong couldn't wait any longer and shouted, Zhang Xiaohua, you're really good. Quick, where's the medicinal pill? Take it out quickly. Young miss, she's about to die. Ah. So fast. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked and quickly ran inside. Elder Yu shouted angrily behind him, Now you know why this old man is angry. Young miss is already in this state and you still haven't shown your face. If you still don't show your face today, this old man will beat you up the next time I see you. Zhang Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to this kind of threat. When he ran to Oyan's bedside and released his divine sense, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Oyan's appearance was very scary, but her life force was still fading at the same speed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's estimation, she would only have a problem after 2 more days. At this time, Qiu Tong and Elder Yu also walked over. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing up and not doing anything, Chiao Tong anxiously said, Zhang Xiaohua, is young miss dying? Why aren't you giving young miss the medicine? Elder Yu also said anxiously. And, wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a spirit awakening pill and was about to feed it to Ou Yan when he heard Elder Yu shout, Kid, what kind of medicinal pill is this? Why does it smell so strange? It doesn't smell like medicine at all. That's right, Xiaohua. Lingering Fragrance Peak Spirit Awakening Pill has a medicinal fragrance. Even the color is light yellow. Your medicinal pill is much bigger than theirs, the color is different, and it doesn't smell like medicine. Is this still a medicinal pill? Faced with the two's doubts, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already explained this to Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e. He couldn't possibly explain it to everyone, right? It was as if he was begging them to take the medicinal pill. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said with a smile, this is indeed a genuine spirit awakening pill. Big sister Chiao Tong, don't worry. No matter what, I won't harm young Mississippi. Actually, even if I have some bad intentions, do you think I need to use it? Chiao Tong shook her head. Xiaohua, I'm not saying that you have any bad intentions. I just want to ask if this is a real medicinal pill. She then looked at Elder Yu and said hesitantly, we've already waited so long for Xiaohua. The divine doctor on Lingering Fragrance Peak said that young miss can't be saved. Why don't we let Xiaohua give it a try? In fact, the two of them were waiting for Zhang Xiaohua's medicinal pill. However, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a medicinal pill that wasn't a medicinal pill, they naturally had some doubts. Elder Yu also retracted his anger and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. This brat has worked hard for the past few days and I can't forget him. If we don't let young miss use it, we'll be letting him down. I think we should follow our previous arrangement and let young miss use it. But what if young miss fails immediately after taking it? Chiao Tong began to speculate. What's the difference between young miss's current condition and tomorrow's condition? Elder Yu analyzed and said, it's better to take it quickly. We'll know whether it works or not soon. Alright, Xiaohua, I believe you. You better not disappoint us. Chiao Tong gritted her teeth and finally agreed. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the two of them and nodded. She used her hand to open Ou Yan's mouth and placed the golden spirit awakening pill into her mouth. The moment the spirit awakening pill entered Ou Yan's mouth, it immediately turned into a fragrance that flowed down her throat and into her body. The moment it melted, a strange fragrance assailed her nostrils. Oh, it's indeed a good medicinal pill. Elder Yu was the first to admit his mistake. He said, Chiao Tong, it seems like we've wronged Zhang Xiaohua. Chiao Tong ignored him. Her eyes were fixed on Ou Yan, observing her movements. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the spirit awakening pill was placed into Ou Yan's mouth, she didn't hesitate. She circulated her true energy and randomly tapped on Ou Yan's head, unlocking the previously sealed acupoints. In her divine sense, Ou Yan's life force was flowing faster as her acupoints were unlocked. However, this speed only increased for an instant before it gradually slowed down. Slowly, it came to a stop. Good! Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in his heart. Then, he felt relieved. This awakening pill is indeed an immortal Tao pill. It really lives up to its reputation. It actually cured Ou Yan's illness. Chiao Tong and Elder Yu didn't know about this and continued to stare at Ou Yan. A moment later, they heard Ou Yan moan. Her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Young miss, Chiao Tong was so happy that she cried. She practically threw herself into Ou Yan's embrace and held her hands tightly. Young miss, you're awake. How do you feel now? Elder Yu was the first to show his concern for O Yan's health. O Yan looked at the two of them and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She seemed to be recalling what happened before she fainted. After a moment, she said, I'm all right. I just feel a little weak, but other than that, I'm no different from before. Then, she nodded at Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua, you saved my life again. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly waved her hands and said, You're too kind. That's because young miss is too beautiful. King Yama couldn't bear to part with you and sent you back. It has nothing to do with me. Pfft. O Yen forced a laugh and said, After not seeing you for a few years, you've become much more talkative. You're no longer the rash country bumpkin from before. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, Everyone has to improve, right? Don't you think so? If this little one was still the country bumpkin from before, I'm afraid that today. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything about the future. Everyone knew about it. O Yen didn't continue. She looked at Chiu Tong and Elder Yu and said, Elder Yu, Chiu Tong, it's been hard on the two of you. I'm really sorry. Chiu Tong and Elder Yu quickly said, Young miss, what are you talking about? It's better if you don't say anything first. You can say whatever you want after your body recovers. O Yen smiled and didn't say anything else. At this time, Chiu Tong called out again, Young miss, you haven't eaten for many days. I'm sure you're hungry. I've made some white fungus porridge for you. Eat some first. O Yen smiled. I haven't eaten for many days, but I don't feel hungry. Now that you mention it, I'm a little craving. Bring it over and I'll drink some first. This question was directed at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. Young miss, it's fine to eat as long as you don't stuff yourself. Alright, you two wait here. I'll go get it. Elder Yu was also happy. He volunteered to go, not caring that he only had one arm. Chiu Tong saw that Elder Yu was happy and didn't fight with him. She only smiled at the resurrected O Yen. Zhang Xiaohua, who was beside her, suddenly remembered something. She took out the letter and box from her bosom and handed it to O Yen, saying, Miss, this is what you taught me before you fell asleep. Now that you've woken up, you should keep it for yourself. O Yen glanced at the box and shook her head. These things are a source of trouble if I keep them. Sooner or later, the fragrant cult will take them away. No one would have thought that they'd been with you for many years. I'll leave them to you in the future. Unless I ask you for them personally, you can just pretend they don't exist. After thinking for a moment, she said, If something happens to me, I'll leave them to you. How can I do that? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Chapter 797. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that O Yan wanted to hand over the map and the box to him for safekeeping, and that if anything were to happen to O Yan, he would have to deal with it, and he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum, objecting with all his might. What a joke! What were these two items? They were the root of the Misty School's destruction. O Peng, Zhang Qingyue, and the other Misty School disciples would rather lose their lives than hand them over to the incense cult. These items were simply too heavy. Zhang Xiaohua might be able to keep them, but to let him deal with them alone, he really didn't dare. Zhang Xiaohua might be able to casually take away the precious Nigong secret manuals from other people's library and take away the immortal Dao artifacts that others didn't recognize, but this was something that concerned the survival of the Misty School. He didn't dare to casually interfere. After all, he had a special relationship with the Misty School. O Yan wasn't surprised by Zhang Xiaohua's refusal. It would be unreasonable if Zhang Xiaohua accepted such an important item without any explanation. Thus, she smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, according to the ancient books, one should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. There's also the case of a hero saving a beauty. You see, Sister O is much older than you and isn't a beauty, so there's no need for that. Zhang Xiaohua only smiled at O Yan's teasing and didn't blush at all. He only treated O Yan as his sister and didn't have any other thoughts. Seeing O Yan in such a mood, he only felt happy and wanted to accompany her to talk more. Chiu Tong was also happy. Although there were still some tears on her face, she didn't wipe them away and only looked at them with a smile. O Yan continued, last time you saved me, I sent your second brother to the Misty School. Sigh, although he was extremely lucky and became a direct disciple, he encountered the great changes in the Misty School. I'm sure his situation in the Misty Hall is worrying. And this time. Zhang Xiaohua, tell me, how can I repay you? Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yan and said gently, Sister O, why do you need to repay me? Don't forget, back then in Pingyang City, second brother and I were like rootless duckweeds, drifting about without knowing where to go. Fortunately, second brother stayed in the Lotus Escort Agency, but what about me? Wasn't she still brought back to Huanxi Manor by big sister Chiu Tong? In Huanxi Manor, if Sister O didn't favor me and let me study, learn herbs, and practice martial arts with Captain He, how could I be where I am today? O Yan's face was a little ashamed. She waved her little hands with difficulty and said, those are not worth mentioning. To be honest, back then, I saw that you were honest and didn't have Tian Zhongxi and the others who were slippery, so I said a few more words. It really can't be compared with you saving my life. Zhang Xiaohua listened and said seriously, Sister O, you are wrong. To you, it was just a few words and a matter of lifting a hand, but to me, it was a great favor. What you said and did left a deep impression in my heart. Although you didn't care that day, I have long treated you as an elder sister. Sister O, in this way, I am also climbing up the social ladder. O Yan smiled. This was the truth. What was her identity at that time? How could she treat Zhang Xiaohua as her younger brother? Zhang Xiaohua added, besides, let's look at the situation now. Big Sister O, you think that this is a life-saving grace for you, but what about me? It's just a small matter. Tell me, what else do I expect from you? At this moment, Chiu Tong suddenly burst out laughing. O Yan and Zhang Xiaohua were stunned and asked, what's so funny? Chiu Tong said in all seriousness, of course it's hilarious. Look at the two of you, one pushing the other, and the other pushing back. I find it really amusing that you're trying to be the benefactor of others. O Yan had always treated Chiu Tong as her younger sister, so she didn't blame her. She smiled and said, then tell me, what did we do wrong? Chiu Tong looked at the two of them and said, the ancient said that good people will be rewarded. Young Miss was a good person once and took in Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to repay the kindness and saved young Miss in the rainy night. Zhang Xiaohua was also a good person once. In the end, young Miss sent her second brother to Misty School and was also a good person once. But now, Zhang Xiaohua remembers young Miss good in her heart. When young Miss was in danger, she saved young Mississippi. Isn't this the good karma that young Miss deserves? There seems to be a saying, what drink, what peck. O Yan smiled and said, every drink and peck is predestined by karma. Chiu Tong clapped and said with a smile, that's right. Young Miss is very knowledgeable. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, Sister O, we are all in the situation and can't see it as clearly as Sister Chiu Tong. Huanxi Villa is like my home, and you are my older sister. How can I not help when you are in danger? It's better not to mention saving your life in the future. O Yan smiled very brightly and shook her head slightly. It really felt like she was looking at her family dotingly. She said, Xiaohua, we are going off topic again. Since you treat me as your older sister, I won't be polite and treat you as my younger brother. Look, do you think these things in your hands are suitable for me, Chiu Tong, or elder you? Since I treat you as my younger brother, this difficult task will naturally be shouldered by you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After talking for a long time and making excuses for a long time, he still fell into Ou Yan's trap. However, Ou Yan was right. In this world, where could it be safer than his own purse? All right. Zhang Xiaohua was no longer pretentious. He put the items back into his arms and said, since Big Sister O has given the order, I'll keep these items with me for now. However, Big Sister O is destined to live a long life, so it's not up to me to deal with these items. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua put away the two things, Ou Yan let out a long breath. She was also pitiful. She was under house arrest in Huanxi Villa by the fragrant cult and could only rely on two people. However, these two people didn't have the ability to protect themselves. If she didn't rely on Zhang Xiaohua now, who could she rely on? Yang Ruping in front of Shixin Peak. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang of Ethereal Heights. At this time, Elder Yu came in with a tray and said with a smile, this white fungus is just right. Young miss, quickly try it. Chiu Tong took the bowl of soup. Ou Yan looked at the steaming white fungus soup and said with a smile, I don't know why, but I haven't eaten for a long time. Now that I see this soup, I feel a little hungry. Hearing this, Chiu Tong carefully scooped a spoonful of soup and sent it to Ou Yan's mouth. She said with a smile, isn't this because of Zhang Xiaohua's fasting pill? She said that it was something obtained from Rejuvenation Valley. As long as you eat one, you won't need to eat or drink for a long time. A fasting pill. This is something good from Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua, your face is not small. You can actually get these things from Valley Master Nya. Oh, I remember, Valley Master Nya seems to have 3 daughters. Could it be that, you know, a confidant, Ou Yan, who had a keen sense of smell, immediately found the source of the problem and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with surprise. What? Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. Was this still a patient who had just woken up? Thus, she hurriedly looked at the sky and stammered, Sister O, the sky is a little gloomy. It seems that it's going to rain soon. I still have to dry the clothes in the small courtyard, so I won't stay here to accompany you. After saying that, she cupped her hands and fled in a hurry. Ou Yan tilted her head and looked out of the window. She said curiously, it's so sunny. Why would there be rain? Then, she came to a realization. Elder Yu, quickly stop him. I still have things to do. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to stay any longer. She walked out of the room and made a hand seal to escape through the earth. When Elder Yu chased after her, she was already gone. Zhang Xiaohua escaped in a hurry. As she went to the pill room, she muttered in her heart, why are all women the same? As long as they talk about these boring things, each of their eyes are brighter than the other. Lingxiang peaks Chin Chin, Shixin peaks Ou Yan. Could it be that this is the common characteristic of women? While she was thinking, she arrived at the pill room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still warm above the earth fire. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and patted it. She smiled and said, Purple gold furnace, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, eldest young Lady O would have died. However, even if you want to save this delicate woman, you still have to save this stinky man. I'll leave the martial arts of the 1,000 people in Misty Mountain Villa to you. As she spoke, she took out the bright yang grass, crimson pearl grass, and other supplementary herbs from her belt. The Yulon Grand Canyon was indeed strange. The bright young grass that was waiting outside was an almost extinct spiritual herb. However, there was actually a lot of it in the mystic birch forest. Zhang Xiaohu and the others had also picked a lot of it from the east side of the Yulon Grand Canyon. Although it was not as old as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua found in Rejuvenation Valley, it was still enough. Zhang Xiaohua picked enough spiritual herbs and placed them into the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace according to the attributes of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. After resting for a while, she went to the new alchemy room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had already been warmed up. Zhang Xiaohua made a few hand seals and found that it was exactly the same as the previous alchemy furnace. Only then did she feel relieved. She took out the iron bone grass, fragrant soul wood, and blackwood fruit from her waist and placed them into the alchemy furnace. At this moment, he had made up his mind. The elixir wasn't too urgent. It was fine as long as he could successfully refine it. He didn't need to refine cauldron after cauldron. He might as well start with 2 cauldrons at the same time. Unfortunately, there was only one earth fire in the alchemy room of Shirxin Peak. If it was like Rejuvenation Valley, one alchemy room could have 2 earth fires. However, even the moon was waxing and waning. How many times in the world were perfect? Chapter 798. Zhang Xiaohua placed the 2 alchemy furnaces in place and watched as the spiritual herbs were gradually refined into elixirs. She then left the alchemy room and concealed herself before heading to Zhang Xiaohu's place. Ever since she parted ways with Zhang Xiaohu at the ethereal mountain villa, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be distracted in order to refine the awakening pill for Ouyuan. She didn't even take a step out of the alchemy room. After not seeing him for a few days, she wondered how Zhang Xiaohu was doing at the ethereal mountain villa. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, he found that the courtyard was empty. There was no one there. It was the same as the last time she came. Could it be that second brother's situation has improved? Could it be that his whereabouts are all in the ethereal mountain villa? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself as she headed to the backyard. As expected, He Tianshu was still there. However, he was no longer lying on the bed. Instead, he was lying comfortably on the recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sunlight that shone in through the window. Captain He. Zhang Xiaohua called out softly as she entered the room. Little Blossom. When He Tianshu heard this name, he immediately opened his eyes and replied with a smile. That was because Zhang Xiaohua was probably the only person in the Misty School who would call him Captain He. I haven't been here for a few days. How is Captain He? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Very good. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows and gave a thumbs up. My dantian and meridians feel warm. It's the same feeling as when I broke through a bottleneck when I was cultivating. My joints feel itchy and numb. Needless to say, it's the feeling of healing. I've been in the alchemy hall for so many years. I know what this feeling means very well. He Tianshu smiled. I don't know where your second brother got this method from. I really don't know how to thank him. Don't be so courteous with him, Captain He. He's my second brother. You were so good to me back then, so it's only right for him to treat you this way. He, even if that's the case, you are you, and your second brother is your second brother. If you were the one who treated me, of course, I wouldn't thank you. But for your second brother, I think, hey, isn't that simple? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, You're all students of the Misty School. You'll have a lot to do with each other in the future. If my second brother needs Captain He in the future, you can support him more. He Tianshu rolled his eyes and said, He's a direct disciple, so why would he need me? However, if something really happens to him, I will definitely help him even if I have to sacrifice my life. You can rest assured about this. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Captain He, why would second brother let you do something that would cost you your life? It wasn't easy for him to save you. As they were talking, there seemed to be some movement in the front yard. Zhang Xiaohua pointed outside, indicating that she should go out and take a look. He Tianshu also nodded. When Zhang Xiaohua hid at the side, she saw that in the front yard, Zhang Xiaohu was talking to two disciples. When he finished, the two disciples nodded and said, Understood, Senior Zhang. We will do it now. When we have the results, we will report to you. He, junior brothers, you've worked hard. If this matter is successful, the Hall Master will definitely reward you. It will be considered as a contribution to our efforts. Zhang Xiaohu patted their shoulders and smiled. It's nothing. It's all senior brother Zhang's idea. We are just running errands. After that, the two of them bowed and left. When the two of them were far away, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the house and said with a smile, Senior brother Zhang, you have people running errands for you now? Xiaohua. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He immediately asked, How is young lady O? You haven't been here for a few days. Did you go to see young lady O? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said with some sadness, How can I, Xiaoxia, disappoint senior brother Zhang? You are looking down on me too much. Zhang Xiaohu was also happy and said, Young lady O is sect leader O's only relative. It is great that she is safe and sound. We can finally live up to his spirit in heaven. His spirit. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Just a moment ago, he called O Yan elder sister O. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohu call O Peng spirit, he immediately understood. If Zhang Xiaohu called O Peng ancestor, then what about O Yan? Was she ancestor? The two of them were blood-related brothers. They had suddenly opened the seniority gap. What? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. Young lady O just called me little brother. Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but laugh. It's a mess. After laughing, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, Come, let's go inside. I have something to tell you. Zhang Xiaohua, who was pulled into the room by second brother, was puzzled. What is it? Could it be that the matter at Ethereal Mountain Villa didn't go smoothly? No, the matter at Ethereal Mountain Villa went very smoothly. It's just that I did as you said and didn't tell them the purpose of my visit. I only treated the stone cow and Zhou Mufing before returning to the mountain. What did Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Qian say? I only told them that Martial Ancestor Li's expression didn't look too good. I felt that when we talked about this matter, I didn't dare to mention it. What else could they say? They only said a few words to comfort me. Oh, that's right, you haven't been here for a few days. The decree from the Lingering Fragrance Peaks leader has arrived. I'm now officially the chief disciple of Ethereal Mountain Villa. However, the identity token of the Misty School is missing. I reckon that the refining hall will have to make another one. Missing? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. I'm afraid they don't dare to give it to you. Forget it, no matter what, I have to congratulate second brother. You've finally taken the first step. Zhang Xiaohu beamed with joy. Nonsense, aren't you congratulating me the same as congratulating you? If it weren't for you, all of this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Forget it. In my eyes, all of this is trouble. If you're willing, you can do it. Oh, second brother, is this what you're talking about? Of course not. This is just a happy occasion. I still have 2 things that I need your help with. 2 things. So many. Second brother, you also know that my time is very precious. In just a breath's time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was going to talk nonsense again, Zhang Xiaohu stared at her and said, "Nonsense. Are you going to help or not?" "Help, help, help." Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, "You're the elder brother. Your words carry more weight than Old Man Purple Herb. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohu was amused. Old Man Purple Herb is your hallmaster. How can my words be compared to his? Then, he paused for a moment and said, "These 2 things, one in the light and one in the dark." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Second brother, you've become the chief disciple. Why are your words so high class? One in the light and one in the dark. Zhang Xiaohu did not find it strange. He explained, "On the surface, I want you to complete the exchange of herbs and elixirs with our ethereal hall as the disciple on duty of the pill expanding hall. More specifically, I want you to complete this exchange of herbs and elixirs." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Isn't Du Feng in charge? Why is it your turn now? Who knows? Zhang Xiaohu shrugged and said, "I haven't seen Du Feng these few days. I heard from the hall master that he had a breakthrough in his martial arts. This exchange will be temporarily handled by me. Isn't that so?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She had given Du Feng a meridian nourishing pill to save him from qi deviation. Some of the medicinal power was used to repair his meridians, and half of the medicinal power was left in Du Feng's dantian. He must have wanted to refine the medicinal power of this meridian nourishing pill before he thought of cultivating in seclusion. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Second brother, speaking of Du Feng, I don't know if what I did was right." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "What did you do to Du Feng? Did you also gotcha?" Casually, he made a gesture of cutting his neck. "He's a genius disciple of our Misty School. How could he offend you?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Second brother, am I the kind of butcher you said?" Hey, what? Don't you think so?" Zhang Xiaohu gloated. Zhang Xiaohua looked defeated. She told him what had happened a few days ago and senior brother Ding's matter by the way. She asked, "Second brother, do you think it will affect you if I give the meridian nourishing pill to Du Feng?" Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "Xiaohua, what kind of person do you think I am? Du Feng and Ding Chao are the elites of my ethereal sect. Their reputation as one of the 3 talents of ethereal sect is not undeserved. There will be many uses for them in the future. By doing this, you have given second brother an excellent helper. I can't even thank you enough, so how can I blame you?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohu being so generous, Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "What 3 beauties of Misty School? I don't see Zhao Jianqiu anywhere." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu could only say, exception, hee hee. "Oh, by the way, second brother, how's your internal strength cultivation these days?" Du Feng's cultivation is profound. If he refines the efficacy of the meridian nourishing pill, won't he be 1 level higher than you? Well, I can't help it. It's only been a few days. How can I cultivate to a shocking level? If I tell others about my current achievements, it will also be shocking. Hee hee, that's good. When I have time later, I'll help second brother take the other 2 universal pills. I think now is the right time." Speaking of taking the universal pill, Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. She smiled mysteriously and said, "Second brother, I have a good idea. Since Ding Chao is also a good disciple of your Misty School, he is also trustworthy. If I also feed him a meridian-nourishing pill and let his martial arts be similar to Du Feng's, do you think something fun will happen? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "That's right. If that's the case, the two of them won't think about me. Let the two of them fight first. When my internal strength is refined, then." "Io, Xiaohua, do you have enough meridian-nourishing pills? My second matter is related to this meridian-soothing pill." Chapter 799. It's enough, it's enough. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "There are still a few left, but don't worry, second brother. I'm rushing to refine it for you. There are so many people in ethereal heights. How can it be enough if you don't refine more?" "That's good." Zhang Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief. "You won't go to ethereal heights again so soon. After all, Zhou Mufeng hasn't seen the effect yet." Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "The second thing is not to go to ethereal heights. I want you to help my master, Martial Uncle Lu, and Martial Uncle Shui recover their strength." "Huh?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "Didn't you say that you want them to recover at the end? So that they can hide from the eyes and ears of Lingxiang Peak?" "Well, yes, I thought so at first, but last time I saw that there were fewer eyes and ears on my master's side. If we are cautious, there may not be any problem. Moreover, the point is that I see that other people's martial arts have recovered, but my master and martial uncle still can't recover. This is not a good feeling in my heart." Zhang Xiaohua's face also became serious and said, "No problem, second brother, I'll listen to you. Master Wen, Master Lu, and Heroine Shui are our family's saviors. Anything I do for them is not excessive. Tell me, when do you want to go?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "When I was looking for you these days, I also thought about it. Next, you will represent the Pill Tower Hall to trade elixirs with our Misty Hall. This matter is very complicated. Moreover, the matter of Misty Heights is imminent. You and I may not have too much free time. Therefore, it is better to take advantage of the present, before the trade starts, to settle this matter. At that time, everyone's attention will be on the herbs and elixirs, and no one will pay attention to them." "Well, what second brother said makes sense. Then let's not delay. Shall we start now?" "Right now. Come with me. Do you still want me to be your assistant?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The three martial uncles are all discerning people. I think I won't show up. It won't be too late for me to come out after you have sealed their acupoints." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, then, you should hide first." After he finished speaking, he walked out of the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua also turned invisible and followed behind him. Inside Wen Wenhai's small courtyard, the Jianghu hero who used to have a commanding aura was still carrying a small wooden bucket and a small ladle, carefully and patiently watering the small medicinal field in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu walked into the courtyard with light steps. Wen Wenhai still did not know. After all, he had lost his inner strength and could only see and hear like an ordinary person. Master Zhang Xiaohu suppressed the emotions he was feeling and called out, "Hee hee." Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's call, Wen Wenhai raised his head and smiled. "What brings you here today, the chief disciple of the Misty Hall? I heard that you have been very busy these days." "Master, no matter how much of a chief disciple I am still your disciple. How can I not come to see you?" "Well, that's good too. Come and take a look at the medicinal herbs in my medicinal field. I have been planting them for a long time and it is time to harvest them. Exchanging some pills from the pill expanding hall can also benefit the disciples of the Misty School. This useless person can finally do something for you." Master Zhang Xiaohu choked up. With such a master and such a disciple in the Misty School, what difficulties in this world could not be overcome? Is it necessary? Xiao Hu. Wenwenhai was somewhat impatient. Do you really think that your master is a useless person? No, no. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand and said in a low voice, Master, I came here today for something important, not to see your medicinal herbs. Wenwenhai was extremely surprised. He stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said, I have been in this Shixin Peak for more than a few years, but I have never heard you say anything important. Well, if it is about the chief disciple you mentioned a few days ago, I simply don't care about what is happening outside. Zhang Xiaohu operated his qi to his ears and listened carefully to the movements around. After confirming that there was no one else around, he lowered his voice and said, Master, do you still remember the surprise I told you at Marshal Uncle Shua's place that day? Surprise? Wenwenhai was stunned and nodded. I remember. Isn't the surprise about my engagement with Chang'e? Zhang Xiaohu blushed and said, Master, what are you talking about? The surprise I mentioned was not for myself, but for Master and Marshal Uncles. That's strange. Xiaohu, now that you mention it, I feel a little strange. You seem to be a little mysterious these days. Oh, I haven't asked you yet. Why does the little medicine boy in the pill expanding hall look exactly like your younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua 5 years ago? Don't tell me you have a younger brother. Oh, Master is indeed a discerning person. Zhang Xiaohu secretly said in his heart. However, he did not intend to answer. He only smiled and said, Master, you are wrong. I only have one younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua. I don't have a second younger brother. Then, he changed the topic. Master, let's go inside and talk about it in detail. As he said that, he pulled Wenwenhai's sleeve and pulled him into the small room. After a while, a voice that could be suppressed but could not hide the excitement in the room. Xiaohu, you are not lying to me, right? You can really help me recover my martial arts. Zhang Xiaohu jumped out of the room. He looked left and right and used his inner energy to listen carefully. Then, he jumped into the room and said in a strange tone, Master, can't you be a little quieter? Xiaohu, how would you know how excited I am? Wenwenhai said somewhat embarrassedly. I thought that with Master's chest as deep as the sea, you would be able to control your emotions. Who knew that you would be as excited as I was when I obtained this method? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Let's not talk about this. Xiaohu, are you sure you can help me, and your 2 martial uncles recover their martial arts? Wenwenhai was still doubtful. More than that. Zhang Xiaohu said dutifully. I can also control the arms and legs of my 2 martial uncles. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell you about it in front of you? Xiaohu, you. Wenwenhai grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's hand, almost choking with sobs. I didn't accept you as my disciple for nothing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's proud face through his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding on the ground with her legs crossed, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Zhang Xiaohu also held Wenwenhai's hand and said, Master, I should have reported to you long ago, but I didn't dare to confirm whether the method was effective or not. Moreover, the people of Lingshan Peak were watching over you, so I didn't dare to act recklessly. Now, I only know that it is effective after I tried it on Martial Uncle He Tianshu. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Wenwenhai frowned and said, Xiaohu, this is where you are wrong. Although He Tianshu is not a direct disciple, nor is he your direct martial uncle, he is still an elder. You should tell me about this matter and let me try it first. If your method is really ineffective, wouldn't you be harming your martial uncle He? Zhang Xiaohu didn't think that Wenwenhai would blame him. His face turned red, but he complained in his heart, Master, this wasn't my idea. It was all Xiaohua's idea. I really don't have the right to say anything. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's face turn red, Wen Wenhai also felt that his words were a little harsh. He could only say, forget it. In the future, it's best not to do such things that might harm others. Sigh, how is your martial uncle He now? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I heard from martial uncle He that his condition is very good. Although he hasn't recovered his martial arts, there shouldn't be any problems with my method. It's only a matter of time before he recovers his martial arts. So, I want to take advantage of this time to heal Master and martial uncle's injuries first. Wen Wenhai had already suppressed his excitement. He thought for a while and said, Xiaohu, I don't know what's going on with your method of healing. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head, Master, don't ask about this. Anyway, it can help you recover your martial arts. Wen Wenhai pretended to be angry and said, your wings have hardened. You don't even want to tell me this. Sigh, isn't this nonsense? Master, I don't know myself. How can I tell you? Zhang Xiaohu secretly complained in his heart. However, he still braced himself and said, please forgive me, Master. If more people know about this secret, I'm afraid that there will be a reaction from Lingshan Peak. Wen Wenhai muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment, then nodded and said, I know this. What I mean is, Master and martial uncle's matters are trivial, but your martial ancestor Li and martial ancestor Lu's matters are big. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was happy, this master of ours is really good. Who is chivalrous and righteous? Isn't it Master? Therefore, he moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. Wen Wenhai's eyebrows were raised in joy and he scolded jokingly, you little brat, you actually have this trick up your sleeve. You've done so much behind Master's back. Alright, although you didn't say it, Master also understands your meaning. The three of us supported you that day. In the future, even if your martial arts recovers, we will definitely support you. You can rest assured. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was also overjoyed. Of course, he couldn't directly tell Wen Wenhai about his plans. However, Wen Wenhai had gone through these few years of tempering his temperament. He had long lost the desire to pursue fame and fortune. How could he not understand Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts after hearing this? Although he didn't have any ambition, if his disciple could have impressive achievements, as a master, how could he oppose it? Just as Zhang Xiaohua and Chang'e had expected, Wen Wenhai immediately expressed his stance. Hearing Wen Wenhai say this in front of them, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat apologetic. After all, Wen Wenhai and the other two were only around 30 years old. They were in the prime of their lives and were in the prime of their lives. As direct disciples, they were more authentic than Zhang Xiaohua. Asking them to give up certain things wasn't something that could be exchanged with an ordinary price. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, Master, when Wenhai waved his hand, don't say such pretentious words. Masters and martial uncle's martial arts and future prospects are all given to us by you. Master and martial uncle won't argue with you about anything. Moreover, looking at the current situation, you can only be a hall master at most, that you're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.